Sponsors Business Course Academy. Business Course Academy is dedicated to helping to educate entrepreneurs and startup companies with the tools and the knowledge needed to successfully grow and generate wealth for their business. Check them out at businesscourseacademy.com. Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors.
While we lean on our decades of proven industry knowledge and expertise, Canal is continually moving forward as a disruptor and innovator in the marketplace. We have developed Canal Test Drive with that same forward-thinking mindset. Our telematics-based pay-as-you-roll insurance product is pioneering the future of trucking insurance, one fleet at a time. We know that starting a new venture in the trucking industry is a complex process. That's why we offer Canal Test Drive, an innovative solution designed to help new commercial trucking operations simplify and manage their insurance costs based on actual miles driven, never for idle time. Let us take the guesswork out of your insurance costs with our simplified pay-as-you-roll approach.
Hi, Ginge.
Hi, Mary.
So great to talk with you. So great to connect. We got so much to catch up on.
Yeah, we kind of got lost in the shuffle here for a little while, didn't we?
I think we were both so busy, but it's a perfect time to reconnect. And
right.
Let's talk about our topic today.
Okay, it's how did we get into this mess?
All right. And let's define the mess a little bit if we can.
Okay. I personally think a lot of it has to do with social media and the fact that we're giving ourselves permission to be absorbed by it.
I agree with you. And so let's define the mess. Okay. The mess we're in. Okay. We're a very impersonal world. It's not a world of heart, people relating to one another in a heart-centered manner. You feel like you're expendable, like nobody cares. It's all hustle, bustle, stress. And what else would you say? Let's define. What else is the mess?
Well, it's interesting you brought up the subject matter of dismissed. That as you get older, then society kind of dismisses you in a lot of ways. And the thing that I find the most disheartening, it's dismissing everybody on every level, not just the elderly or the disabled, or it's just youngsters and younger, and parents are just absolutely, they're at their wits' end as to try to get it back, or even, like you said, to define what is going on, what happened, how did we get here?
That's right.
I don't like it.
Honestly, consciously or subconsciously, I don't think anybody likes it. They to put their finger on the pulse, there's an energy that people know something is wrong. Something is wrong. So if we can help unpack this a little bit for our listeners, I think we'll be doing them a great service.
Right. I think anything, if you can find the underlying motive or the hidden motive, then you can go on and you can address it and you can do something about it. But until you do that, and like we've always said, less is more, and one thing at a time. Some of these old platitudes are coming back to where they're very, very fruitful. One thing at a time. Let's just take a breath. And like one of my favorite questions is, have you smiled at your child today?
Yeah. Yeah,
just,
exactly.
and from there, then you can build on that. But it doesn't have to be all that drastic. You don't have to like wipe the slate clean. Just pick one thing
Mhm.
and do it. Just one thing. And it's amazing how that can alter your course.
Well, and I think too, Ginge, because we've been talking about, like you said, have you smiled at your kids? Okay, when you're rushing, like you said, you have a lot of friends who drive long distances to and from work. It's very stressful. I'm here to tell you, it's very stressful. But if we make, like, if we pray and meditate in the morning and we make a conscious decision, okay, I've got my children in my heart. They're in my mind. So no matter what happens during the day, okay, they're there. So when you're driving home and it's all stressful, and it is. Oh, that traffic is just
And
insane.
nobody uses their blinkers anymore, Mary.
Thank you. I had a new one. Yesterday I was driving and this is on the expressway. Somebody's blinking on one side, then they're flipping to the other side. And they're going back and forth. It's like, hello.
And that's what's happening. That literally, that is a prime example. I mean, just take how driving habits have changed. Just that simple thing, like my friend and I were so excited because we traveled for about 2 hours, and two people used their blinkers. I mean, what is the matter with that? I mean, really, why am I focusing on someone using their blinkers?
Well, because it represents consideration.
Yes.
There's a respect. It's like, you know what? I'm going to let you know where I'm going so you can anticipate what move you're going to make. And we're considerate. We're going to use our blinker. I mean, that's so basic.
Yes.
But,
And we're talking about structure. And this is what you and I are trying to incorporate in all the things that we're doing collectively, individually, and the podcast, not only the podcast, but all the other things that we do that
absolutely.
we have made available. Just simple, straightforward.
Right.
Let's just take a breath, okay? And one thing at a time. The discipline isn't there, Mary. And if you don't have discipline, how do you teach children character?
Well, I want to backtrack. Okay. So
Yes.
keep your child or children in your heart. Okay. Keep them there. And then you go about your day, but somehow, even in your subconscious, they're always there. So then, okay, even if you're having a very stressful day and you get home and you're stressed, okay, if you program in your psyche, it's like your mind, hey, my children are important. They're really important. Okay, the chances are you're going to respond to your subconscious when you see your kids, you're going to smile. You're going to smile because you held them in your heart all day long. And it's like, instead of reacting to the people on the road, the people cutting you off, the people this, because it's an extremely stressful world to live in. But we've got to take the reins. We've got to prioritize what's really important. And among other things, I mean, our children are really important.
Well, we seem to find time to check the Facebook, okay? And I think like you had said many times, just because of your profession being a psychiatrist, how easily we can be conditioned. And it's something that that without thinking about it, we're giving ourselves away. And if you don't know who you are, or if you don't have a good feeling for you, then you're certainly not going to pass it on.
Exactly. Well, and I'll be honest with you, we need to be very discerning who we connect with online, in the community. Are these people positive people? Are they enriching us? Are they encouraging us to be our best? or are they dragging us down? We don't need it. We don't need it. And the sooner we have the discernment and say, oh, no, 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 this is not good for me, and just cut it, the better off we are.
And that comes to our basics, cornerstone of self-esteem. You know, you, like I said, you have to like yourself, but that doesn't just happen overnight. You just don't look in a mirror and say, I like you. You know, you have to earn it, and you have to show children that, you know, you have to earn it. It's not something that's just given to you. It's just like we were saying not too long ago about how children expect to be bribed to behave.
Exactly.
And like my grandmother, my grandmother, if I was to say, well, I'm not going to behave unless I get, you know, a Coke. And then she would look at me and she'd say, what's the matter for you? You know, like, where did that come from? You know, but
Exactly.
we don't do that. You know, like you said, we're so stressed and we're buying our children's behavioral patterns, and they're not good. They're too expensive,
No.
Mary. It's too expensive.
Well, and at what expense? Think about it. Think
Well,
about
that's
it. Most families are stressed for dollars right now. I mean, since the last time we've had a broadcast, okay, look at inflation, okay? It has overnight skyrocketed. We read about families that are having to choose between rent and food. Hello, okay? It should not be this way, but it is. So,
well, one thing at a time, Mary. Right now, what we're trying to emphasize is that it can be done, but that you have to start. You have to start someplace. And like, you know, to support what we said, simple and straightforward. There's a lot of help out there, a lot of really, really good help. But like we decided when we were doing our sessions that we have on Car for Kids, we decided we were taking one subject matter, and that's all the session was going to be about. It wasn't going to be PowerPoints for this and this and that. It was one thing. The one I was really excited about is the one that we did for the cereal.
right.
You know, and all we did was we focused on the toxicity of the cereals, and we also gave them ways to which they can check it, and we also gave them ways as to the importance. But it was one thing, and it was simple, and it was straightforward. And I don't know about you, but I'm finding that very difficult, especially when I'm doing my research, because it takes a long time to get through all the minutia.
Correct. Correct. So to get back to our original topic is how did we get here? Okay, just the items we're talking about all contribute. The food, the lack of quality in the food. Our food lacks nutrients. Okay, is there any question about that? The soil is depleted of nutrients. 100 years ago, like you talk about your grandparents, okay, and on the farm, okay, that was rich soil, okay, and it is full of pesticides. So this is the standard American diet, and I will be very honest with you. I've talked about this with parents and therapists. Our kids eat poorly today, generally. And this food has a very addicting quality. I was talking to my friend over Thanksgiving. She's like, I am just shocked at what the kids eat today and what they crave. They crave a lot of those cereals. It's very addicting. And I'm sorry to say this, but the manufacturers love it that way because it means you're going to buy more. But we have to be discerning. So if you said, how did we get here? One element is it's like this massive societal nutritional deficiency.
Yes, and that deficiency leads to not being able to make correct decisions. You know, that deficiency, it goes throughout our society. And one of my favorite sayings, I don't know if it really applies, but you know, it's like a perfect paradox. The only thing that's constant is change, but we're creatures of habit.
Right.
You know, and we're conditioned. Like
Right.
you said, we're conditioned from the very, very beginning in so many areas. And another area is the family unit, because people travel more, because they don't stay together as a group. They don't socialize. One of the biggest things that's happening in the United States, and it's hard to fathom, is loneliness.
Correct.
Loneliness is just absolutely destroying our society.
Mhm.
People aren't reaching out. They're
Mhm.
fearful. They don't, and like you say, get rid of the negative people, but they're so used to dealing with negative people and being on a negative end of things that they don't know how to get out of it. It's almost like what a guinea pig in one of those cages.
Right.
You just keep, and it's like one of my favorite songs, which is really bad, but it says, "Please, Mr. Custer, I don't want to go." So, a lot of times we, like you said, without even realizing it, we're in this atmosphere of negativity,
That's right.
atmosphere of inactivity. They've done studies about, they call blue zones,
Yes.
and it's based primarily on the diet. But the other thing is the fact that they're a community. They have a tribe. And what saddens me, especially with my godchildren, their tribe is via the internet. They don't meet, they don't move, there isn't any physical activity to it. And if it is, it's very regimented, and then all of a sudden, it doesn't have any value. And there you go. That's part of the mess. It's just like when you have a recipe, if you don't follow it correctly, you're
That's
not
right.
going to have an end product. So, and we do like our chocolate cake, don't we?
Well, but all this contributes to how we got here. And I think it's really important that we identify all these, because once you have it in your conscious, it's like,
Right.
oh, yeah, I can do things differently. Yeah, I don't have to. Okay, first thing, look at the Facebook when I get home. I'm not, criticizing Facebook per se, but any social media, the TikTok. Okay, I don't need to do it. I don't need it. But I need to be in touch with myself. I need to be in touch with my heart. I need to express my affection for my loved ones, and vice versa. They will respond to you.
Right.
We
We need
need
to
all
talk.
these
Yeah,
things.
we need to talk, Mary. We don't talk, okay? But we need to listen, and we need
Mhm.
to be listened to. And
Correct.
that's part of this thing in the blue zone, people living over 100 years of age, is
Mhm.
the fact the community, they're
That's right.
able to express themselves. They eliminate negativity, and I happen to like that phrase, it's what tribe do you belong to?
Right. Right. No, I agree with you. And you know what? If you haven't found your tribe, then keep an open mind, and you'll be surprised. Your tribe will appear. It
But
will appear.
we're a very lonely society. And I think that filters down to children feeling hopeless,
Mhm.
inadequate, of no value. And
Yes,
then unfortunately, they take their lives.
I know. Or at least
It
attempt
could
to.
be as simple as just, well, I tell my friends, when you come home, I know you've had a busy day. Take your phone, put it on silence for 10 minutes.
Exactly.
And even if you say, "How was your day, dear?"
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Just as
Mhm.
simple, because you know how we feel, when we come home, or we go to visit a good friend or something, it lightens our spirit, for them to say, "And what did you do today?"
Right. Exactly.
Because they're acknowledging me. And I think that's one of the biggest crimes that we're committing. And one of the reasons we're in the mess that we are, we're
Mhm.
not acknowledging each other all
Right.
the way from, the top down.
Yeah.
And,
Not
and
validating each other, not respecting each other as a human being. And so
well,
what happens?
you
The,
have
the
to respect
behavior.
this. Yeah,
That's
you
right.
have
You
to
have to
respect
respect
yourself first.
yourself.
But these are just some of the things that are leading up, to
Right.
what we see as the mess. And we're going to be talking about them individually in a deeper level
Mhm.
at different
Mhm.
opportunities. Excuse me. Beg your pardon. And I think the idea that we've covered quite a few of the ingredients to the mess, and now we have to delve into the mess and start pulling out the parts that we feel, okay, based on our professional experiences and our experiences in our chosen fields, and just say, hey, first you have to breathe. Oh,
Mhm.
start with one breath
Mhm.
and the others will follow. But the main thing is, like you said, first of all, you have to have a loving heart.
Mhm.
And it's hard to do that nowadays, especially with all the things that are happening in the world.
Mhm. 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 But it is in our worst moment, it is an opportunity to
Yes.
really say, put this, hey, this is ridiculous. I've got to. I've got to focus on my heart. As you said earlier, I've got to begin to love myself. And with all of what that means. And then that energy, it radiates to others. It
Oh, it
does.
does. It's infectious.
It is.
Just like a virus, you know, it's infectious. It's just like you said, if you surround your people with Debbie Doubters, no disrespect to Debbie, but anyway, you know, then without realizing it, because it permeates, it invades our skin, and it
It
gets into
does.
our brain, and then, you know, and without realizing it, it's insidious, and
Mhm.
and then we pass it on to the people that we know. It's just like, Mary, I hope you don't mind just to share something. We did this video previously, and we realized that it was negative
Mhm.
because I was responding to your posture, you were responding to my posture,
Mhm.
and we didn't realize that we were adding to it. But then
Mhm.
when we thought about it, that's why we're doing this video, because it
Exactly.
was negative. We were giving off, especially me at the time, we're giving off some pretty negative vibes, and you
Mhm.
picked up on it. So we
Mhm.
decided no. So we're doing it over. So now,
Well, and that's healthy. That's
yes,
healthy. It's like, wait a minute. And when I approached you and you were very receptive to it, okay. So I think in general, people are like, oh, I'm afraid to say anything. I'm afraid to say anything. Well, when you respect the other person and the integrity of what you're doing, it's like, wait a minute. Let's look at this. We can do better. And sure enough,
we are. And
we are.
but it took, you know, like you say, it takes two. You don't do it, you know, you don't do it by yourself, you know.
That's
And I think
very true.
we're losing that fact that, you know, that we're human beings. I mean, that makes one of the largest tribes in the whole world,
That's right.
you know. So the bottom line is that one of the first things that I learned when I was in Africa regarding tribes is that they work together.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
they did it in a concerted, uh, connected way. Like
Yes.
even when
Yes.
they went out to look for tubers, you know, it was done in a joyful way because they knew that they weren't the only ones that were having to bring back the tubers. So, you know,
Right.
and there were a lot of things that I learned in a primitive society that I thought was much more civilized than when I got back into quote unquote a civilized society.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just simple acknowledgments, laughter. You know, I don't hear people laughing anymore.
I don't either.
And when I laugh, I almost feel like I have to explain why I laugh.
But I read that all the time. It's like the laughter is healthy. It's healthy for the heart.
Well,
It's
when I was very, very ill, my friends used to give me nothing but comedy videos, and I would watch them all day. And you know, and
uh,
after a while, I was laughing too. And I think, like with children, you know, like one time I said to my godchild, I said, "Let's go outside and let's hug a tree." And she said, "Why?" And I said, "Because it needs a hug." She says, "How do you know that?" It's telling me it does.
So it's great, Ginge, that we're talking about these things. I mean, this is really important. How did we get here? And I think in our conversation today, we drilled it down into some real fundamentals. And it doesn't mean that that's all, but I think they're huge fundamentals that give us food for thought as we go about our day-to-day lives and work to improve, work
Well,
to progress.
yeah, and even any everything and anything is complicated, but there are ways not to make them complex. So I think the idea, like I said, we've thrown out quite a few things, and I'm sure between us we could throw out quite a few more. But I think it's important, like we've been basically trying to have the philosophy less is more, and the fact now that our time is less, you really focus on any one thing for quality. So what we're going to be attempting to do is to break things down and to address them individually, like we did with our cereal video, which is really a lot of fun because it introduces a Sid Sir cereal bowl. So but things to where all we're doing is focusing on one thing, making it simple, not bringing in a bunch of things like we did today. Today is like like you said, an overview. These are just some of the things.
Exactly.
Having a good heart, having a healthy mind, and then the negative parts of what social media has done to us. The fact that we're manipulated. We're given permission to have our individuality literally absorbed. And if you've got to do your own thinking, you otherwise it's not your life. And what's it all about? As far as we know now, we only get one. So let's make it a good one.
Let's make it the best that we can. So thank you so much, Ginge. This has been really important today, and look forward to more conversations with you. And so audience, we hope you've gained a lot of value out of our discussion today, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Good. And I'm really glad, Mary, that we really decided to make an effort to do these sessions and to get them out there. And Carr is so excited about you being a part of them, and a very integral part of them. And I'm so glad that we came around to where we could find time again. So,
Absolutely.
So we proved to ourselves what was important to us, and in doing so, then we can pass that enthusiasm and that gratefulness on to you. And don't forget, smile at your child today.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ciao.
And we have a great show lined up for you. I'm your host, Kim Jacobs, better known as the Balance Doctor. And all of our guests that come on, they're either people that have overcome some tremendous odds in their own lives as they balance this thing called life, or they're experts and they're here to share tips and strategies that will help you better balance and manage your life. Grab your virtual seats and let's get ready for some real relevant and relatable content on today's episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. Hello, everyone. Okay, today is a very serious topic that we're going to be talking about on this Freestyle Friday. We're talking about suicide prevention and how we can have a discussion surrounding this. And today we have with us two of our Freestyle Friday experts. So before we go into who they are, I want you all to come into the studio and grab your virtual seats as quickly as you can. Go ahead and share the broadcast out with your friends and encourage them to be a part of today's discussion on suicide prevention here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Listen, Marsha, just tell everybody hello and just something about yourself, even though we're going to go in more detail later, but just say something right quick.
My name is Marsha Watson. I am a virtual executive assistant, business coach, and a time management and goal setting expert. I'm here to make your life easy.
Yes. Okay. And you, Natasha, as well, all the way in Canada. Talk to us for a moment and just let people know something about you.
Hello, all. I'm Natasha Holiday. Sorry, I have a tickle in my throat. I'm a social worker, so I'm a therapist. I do public speaking and a little bit of fun. I'm a comedian.
Oh yeah, that's right. That she does have that comedic flair. I always forget about that, but it resonates through your spirit. So listen, also in the virtual studio audience, when you come in, let us know who you are and where you're visiting in from as well. We'll be sure to acknowledge you. So on today, we are talking with these two individuals, Marsha V. Watson, and she is, as she's already said, a business coach. She's also a time management specialist, as well as she helps with goal setting. And I think that's going to play a key part in our discussion today, because sometimes when people are trying to manage and balance this thing called life, it seems to be very overwhelming. Mm-hmm. And so I'm honored to have you here today, Marsha, to talk from that perspective. If we can get some things just honed in and more under control within our realm of responsibility, it can really make you at least feel like, okay, whoo, I got this, whoosha. I might be able to manage a little bit better. And Natasha, I'm happy that you're here because you are a mental health expert and you focus on just literally making everyone's life experience better. That's the bottom line. And so today, that's going to be able to come through her pores and come over to each and every one of you that's viewing. But we all know someone that needs this broadcast today, whether it's you personally, or whether it's a friend, a family member, someone you don't even know that you just may encounter. They're walking on a bridge or walking in a grocery store or sitting in a bathroom. And you can tell that there's something different about what they're experiencing in that moment. So somebody needs this information that's being shared today. We're going to take a commercial break, come right back and deep dive into today's discussion. We'll be right back right after this break.
My father had 4 of his fingers amputated in a workplace accident. It was the first injured individual I represented, and I knew I had to win that case. When someone walks into my office and they've been injured, I know what they're going through. If you've been injured at work with Hunter and Everett. We've got the experience, so let us help you.
Okay, we're back, everyone. And just starting off with, even just in the United States, suicide is the 3rd leading cause of death among young people between the ages of 15 and 24. 5,000 young people commit suicide literally in the United States each year, according to, and this is according to the, I have a specific, all of the sites, the scCenter.org, and I'll be putting the links in here of where we're getting this. Suicide and Crisis Center of North Texas is where I got that particular information. So we're going to be putting the links so you can go back and later reference them. Let's get started if we can. Maybe let's start from a time management perspective. If we can go from that, Marsha, let's go there first. Yeah, let's just talk about some of the things you planned on talking about today.
So when it comes to, I find that when it comes to time management, when you're starting to feel overwhelmed, that's when procrastination comes in. So you kind of set everything aside and, you get overwhelmed with all the things that you have to do. So sometimes it's just a matter of doing what you can do and doing it bit by bit until you tackle everything. I know that when it comes, and it can cause issues like anxiety. That's what I'm looking at. It can cause anxiety. And then it can cause it can cause where you're not functioning properly in your life. And so when you're putting things in its place in time, so let's say you function better between 9 and noon, then all the things that are important to do, that's when you should do them. And then when you have less energy during the day, the things that you put off from yesterday, you can do those things in the afternoon, but it's just a matter of doing one little thing at a time. And what's very important as well is your tribe. So I know that tribe and time, people don't seem to think that they go well together, but your tribe is very important. They can keep you accountable with what you have on your time for the day, what is important, like putting something that's not necessarily important on what one would deem not important on your time to get things done. They can help you with that. So I'm kind of rambling, but
no, this is good rambling. Keep rambling. We need this.
But it's very important to have a tribe that can help you with your time management, accountability partner, so that you can release some of the anxiety that is caused when you're not managing your time well.
I'm actually serving as your assistant over here. I'm typing I'm typing what you're saying. So hopefully it's helpful.
Thank you.
This is good. So do what you can do and put things in the proper place. And even if it's just one little thing that you do each time. Okay.
Exactly. And take breaks. It's okay to take breaks, but the breaks shouldn't last too long.
That's good. Take a break. I take a nap if I need to. I'll take I don't care if I just jump in the bed with like 10 minutes. I'm taking a nap. Okay, go ahead. This is good.
Yes. And one other thing that I learned too is, maybe I'm going ahead of myself, but one other thing that I learned when it comes to time management, when you go through so much in life and you release some of the stress, then you realize that you didn't even realize that, you were holding all of this in your body. So when you release all of it, then you become tired because your body's like, now I don't have to go into survivor mode. And this is why I think it's very important that, you also have a therapist, and I'm sure Natasha will get into that. But then, it's okay to take the time that you need to heal, and your accountability partners, and if you're in a business, you can have somebody that can delegate work to, because your mind, body, and soul is important to function in life, and you are needed. And so to take care of yourself, you need to also manage your time effectively.
That's good. Very good. Okay, so you've already shared some things that if we can just gain control of those, it would automatically kind of trigger us to be almost like we can take on more. We're able to take on a little bit more because we're able to manage what we have. Right. Is what I'm thinking. So what advice do you give people to be able to figure out how to start implementing these things? Because right now, when we hear them be said by an expert like yourself, it's like, how do I infuse that in my own individual walk if I don't know where to really begin and I'm already overwhelmed? Right.
So this is where having a accountability partner or a mastermind group, your tribe, again, is very important. They can help you. Like, write it all down. Like, write every single thing down that you want done. And, having a therapist too, they can help you how to get unstuck and how to be able to move forward. So you write everything down. Say, this is what I want to get done. This is what I can delegate. And I know that my best friend is good at this. I can tell her, this is where I need help. So it starts with write everything down. Know who your tribe is, where they can help you with. And I will say again, it's very important to have a therapist, and you can have a coach as well.
Okay. Listen, this is great advice. And so in the studio audience, make sure you all, if you have questions, while we have Marsha V. Watson here, go ahead and write your questions down. We'll pop them up and get her to answer some of them. We're talking about suicide prevention today, and Marsha is here to help us with this. And I want to make sure they know how they can stay connected with you. And I know you'll be chiming in throughout the broadcast, but how can they stay connected with you, Marsha?
So on my Instagram is Marsha V. Watson, or on my webpage is divineexecutive.ca. All
right. So this is already some great information. We want to provide hope and inspiration today on this episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. Suicide prevention is real. We when we look at the statistics, according to last year U.S. News, 49,500 people lost their lives to suicide just in 2022. And in 2021, 48 8,183 died by suicide in the United States alone. So this isn't even broken down per country, because every country has a significant amount of death just due to suicide. So how do we make sure that one death in every 11 minutes, according to the Center of Disease Control is happening? In those 11 minutes, we need to be able to have a conversation as to how this can come to a halt. How can it end? Any thoughts that you all may have as the panelists? And I know we're going to go into your points, Natasha, but just conversation about this.
I think it's very important to pay attention to the people around you too. If you notice that somebody's really quiet, someone who is either giving away everything, all of a sudden they're just like, oh, you can have this, you can have that. Pay attention to that. And the person who is the strong person, pay attention to them too, because they're probably hurting in ways. So it's very, very important to have discernment, to know when you feel like someone might be hurting. Check on your strong friends, check on your loud friends, check on your friends who are introverts and, ambiverts. Check in with them every so often so that, you can hear their heart and see if there's anything that you need to say, let me tap into that and I'm here for you.
I'm glad you're saying that, because when we look at people just from the exterior, we automatically assume, oh, they have this, or they have it together, or they're good. Look at them. And they don't even help other people, type of thing. So we actually sometimes judge the people that we think have it all together, when in fact, we don't know what they're doing to mask their situation. And they may not even be masking their situation. They're just trying to survive to the best of their ability too, with the circumstances that they're dealing with, but they may not be sharing it publicly with everyone else.
Exactly.
Any thoughts that you want to chime in on too, Natasha? Feel free.
Well, I just wanted to touch on your language, because that's something that I wanted to bring up in this discussion. I'm really grateful, and I smiled for a second. I'm like, people might get the wrong impression about me smiling, but you said die by suicide. And it's very important that people recognize the term commit suicide is not necessarily considered an appropriate way to talk about it now. So now the language is someone dies by suicide, because you commit crimes. Somebody suffering and in pain who tries to end their life, they're not committing a crime. So just wanted to touch on I'm really glad you use the language, and that we need to be aware of how the language is moving forward as we start to understand more about suicide and suicidality.
That's so good. And I literally was just reading something that was in a statistic. So that's the languaging that's out there, that's in all of the statistics. And I'm grateful that is clear to everyone. Talk about this 988 number some too, if you will, Natasha.
Yeah, so 988, which I think has been in the US for about a year and a half. We just launched it November 30th in Canada. So it's brand spanking new in Canada. We've been hearing about it, but we just got it. So the same way that 911 exists and different series of 3-digit numbers to create quick access to things, 988 was launched in order to provide mental health support and suicide prevention and suicide support so someone can text 988 or someone can call 988. In Canada, the US, I believe it exists in some other countries as well. And what's great is the language. So in Canada, it's English and French. I'm assuming in the US, it's English and Spanish, so that there is that ability to reach, the most commonly spoken languages in the region. But there's trained counselors providing support 24 hours. So you're getting immediate access to a trained counselor to get support if somebody's having thoughts about suicide, if they are expressing something, if they've maybe tried something. And, of course, there's different levels of intervention depending on what's happening, but that is something that somebody can now call, pick up their phone, dial 988 or text 988 to get some support.
And I think that it keeps it simple. You can remember that 988, 988, 988. You know how when I listen to radio commercials and people will say over and over again the same number, and it's like, oh, such and such, and I'm like, okay, this is embedded in my mind, even if I don't want it to be, just from a radio commercial. So 988, 988, if you're in the United States or Canada. Now, if you're in a different country, which this show streams in over 100 countries, and also in 350 million households, then in your area, you need to identify what is your suicide prevention hotline, because we put one time we did a whole list of the different ones, and it's like overloading in the system here. But you in your local area, you have your designated area. Get that number, put it in your pocket, put it in your phone. And if you're dealing with a crisis, go ahead and call somebody, because your life is valuable on this earth. And we're all put here to be able to salt the earth and to be able to make a difference for somebody else's life. So you're needed. You are valued and you're needed. If you've never heard that from anybody else, you're hearing it today on the Kim Jacobs Show, that we need you and your gifts and your talents to be able to be on this earth.
Everybody's here for a reason.
Say what you said.
I said everybody's here for a reason.
That's right.
And I see Mackenzie has put up that it is in Spanish in the US.
Yes. Thank you, Mackenzie. Okay, let's see. National. Okay. So in the studio audience, are any comments? If any comments are coming in, let's make sure I don't miss any of those. I want to take greetings, everyone. And anybody can read the comments. You don't have to wait for me to put my glasses on. Somebody read it right quick.
It's still the same one.
Greetings, everyone. Yeah.
McKim's Bling Bar says that. Okay, glad to have you on, McKeens. Let's see. All right. So what we're going to do is keep talking, and let's go with you, Natasha, some of the points that you would like to share with everyone today. We'll have lots of discussion, but I'd like to hear some of these points.
So one of the things that I thought maybe might be helpful to look at is, I mean, you've given some statistics already. It is alarming how high the rate of suicide is. And when I was doing some research, per 100,000, the numbers that I found were in Canada 12.9, in Australia 12.7. This is per 100,000. In Norway 12.3, and in the US 11.5. So that's a lot of people.
Yes.
And it's I think it's something that many don't understand if they've never experienced it. And I think it's really important to have these dialogues, because we become fearful of stuff we don't know and then don't know how to handle it. So one of the things I wanted to look at was some of the myths tied to the idea of suicide and having suicidal thoughts. A lot of people believe that if you talk to somebody about suicide, you're implanting the idea. Right? So if you say to somebody, are you thinking about suicide? That's what makes them want to end their life. Absolutely not. That is not it. Really what happens is if you open that conversation, you might be opening the option for them to be honest, to say, yes, I am having those thoughts. Because it's not an easy conversation to have. Right? So please debunk the thought that talking about suicide is what makes people want to harm themselves or try to end their life. That is not the case.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna retape that one part because I did a typo when I do not want to put a typo under your name. Hold on. Let me correct that. Okay. So are you thinking about suicide provokes them to want to do it? That's a myth.
That's an absolute myth.
Okay.
One of the first things I learned in school.
Okay. Okay. Next point. That's important to know, because people I know not mental health experts maybe, but general people automatically think that. There's like, I can see something going on, but I'm not sure. Do I even mention the word suicide? Do I say the word? Can you give, before you just go to another point, what's a way to approach that would debunk that myth so that you are saying it properly? Do you have any suggestion on that? Like, how do we say it right?
I always suggest when people want to embark on a difficult conversation, and start with your observation. And I think Marsha already addressed this. If somebody's quieter than usual, so the observation first. Hey, Marsha, I've noticed you're a bit quieter than usual. You don't seem to be your bubbly self. You know, is something going on? Maybe not even going directly to, are you thinking about suicide? Or if, like the example she gave of somebody giving away their stuff, I've noticed you're getting rid of all your belongings. Like, is there a reason? And maybe being honest, I'm concerned that you might be having thoughts about suicide. Can we talk about it? Being very intentional to ask questions that invite dialogue, that don't bring accusation, but invite a dialogue and let the person, because that already shows your care. I'm not, and really, I think one of the things that people struggle with is how do I come to this when they're terrified?
Okay.
Right. But I think that's why it's important to debunk this myth that talking about it makes what somebody want to do something.
That's good.
Right.
Okay. I love that. So just your observation and how you are, I'm observing that you're doing a lot of cleaning house here. What is that about? Is it just a winter cleaning, or is it something else happening that's just a little bit deeper that you want to discuss? I love how you're suggesting some ideas for us. Good. All right.
Also keeping in mind too, like, depending on what you observed, where and how to seek intervention for that, right?
Mhm.
But like I said, start with the dialogue, start with the observations, maybe being aware of, you know, if you think about accelerating a car, you don't start at 100.
Right.
Right. I don't know, for anybody who's driven a Tesla, that thing can go so fast you can harm your neck. So you're not going to do that breakneck sort of ridiculous speed. You're not going to go, hi, are you thinking about suicide necessarily? It can be, you know, I've seen some changes. I've noticed a difference in your mood. I have some concerns, and starting there and progressively moving to, are you having thoughts about ending your life?
But ultimately you need to get there, though, is what I'm understanding.
Yes. If that's what you're concerned about, if you're just talking to somebody who seems depressed and you don't necessarily think they're thinking about ending their life, but you don't even know how to broach that conversation, you can just start with the observation of the changes and go there. But if it's maybe somebody who historically this has happened before, or that's the absolute concern, yeah, bring that up. But you don't have to start there. It doesn't have to be abrupt. You can lead your way and ease into it.
And what if somebody officially says, you know what? Yes, I'm actually, I am willing to die by suicide or end my life, or I don't feel like it matters one way or the other that I'm here on this earth. So, because I've had conversations with people and that has been the outcome of what they've stated. Right. So what do I do then in that case? Because I give them what I know to give them, but if you have any suggestions, please share it as well.
Well, and I think this is part of why people are terrified of it. If somebody says yes, they are, a lot of people go to, well, I'm not an expert.
Immediately,
but
unfortunately.
Do not devalue the benefit of your presence. Start with the fact that your presence has value. And then you can, again, embark in a dialogue of, can we contact somebody? Do you want to talk to somebody about this? Like, you can ask, like, there's things as a professional that I would do in an assessment. I'm going to ask you about a plan. I'm going to ask you all kinds of stuff. You can ask some of those questions, but I don't necessarily encourage every random person to do a full mental health status assessment. That's not what they know how to do. And it's not necessarily necessary. It's just, if there's been a determined risk, then what are some of the next steps for risks? And often what I look at is, if you know somebody's really struggling, that becomes part of the invited dialogue. Can we talk about maybe what some next steps are? Okay. Right? Can we get you some help? Have you considered talking to somebody? Or if they have a therapist, when was your last appointment? Are you seeing your therapist soon? Are you, I would get into, because I do this for a living and I'm so used to having this dialogue. Do you have a plan? Do you have a date? Like, I ask really specific questions. Not everybody's necessarily going to do that. But looking at then seeking support, does it start with calling somewhere like 988? Do we need to maybe go get some help at our local emergency room? Or what are the different options that you might have, right? One thing that I do, because I work in this field, is I look at safety planning, right? So even potentially in advance of hearing it in the moment, I might have had a safety plan in place. And so then we go into what is in the safety plan, or you start safety planning. Okay, so if you're having these thoughts, a lot of people will honestly admit, I'm having thoughts. There's parts of me that want to do it, but I often ask a question about kind of not percentages, but if you think about it like percentages, because most people will say there's a part of them that does, but not the entire part of them wants to. Mm-hmm. So let's tap into that part that doesn't want to, and can we get support?
Okay.
We talk to somebody. A lot of people, it's not black and white where they absolutely do or they absolutely don't.
Okay. So there's a comment here. There needs to be like free counseling or therapists or discounts that are available this is something that
I
that's
agree.
common. Any thoughts on that?
So this is the one challenge of being Canadian, because I know some websites, like I think Better Me, I don't know if that exists in this, Better Help. Now I'm gonna forget it. There's some online ones where you can do like kind of asynchronous support with a therapist.
Yeah, there is BetterHelp, and that's here in the United States as well.
Okay, so BetterHelp is in Canada. So I would start with, do a Google search, because a lot of people are like, I don't know the resources, but then they put a period at the end of it. Seek resources, because there might be some stuff in Canada. Tied to a lot of workplaces, they have what's called employee assistant programs, and so you have access to a therapist for brief intervention based on your connection to a work. So also that might be an option. Somebody who has a job might be able to get support for them or a family member, right?
Well,
but it's looking into what are the different options within your area. Is it something that it's online? Is it something that you can do in person? We know, yes, private therapy is expensive. I know this because I'm a private therapist, right? So it's definitely not something that everybody can access. But like I did a talk in September at Fitchburg State University in Fitchburg, Massachusetts, and they said, at the end, we want you to provide some resources. Well, I said, I need to know first, what does the university do? The university provides free counseling.
mm-hmm.
It may not be you can attend the entire school year. There might be a cap on how many sessions, but that means I can go to campus, and if I need help, I don't even have to leave campus to get it. Find out for those who are in post-secondary school, do their schools offer something like that? There are resources a lot of the times that exist that people may not be aware of, but we have to be intentional to do a bit of homework to try to find that information. There's still, mental health services are still terribly underserved, but there are resources out there that many may not know about.
That's good. And BetterHelp, just so when we're talking about how I know how I personally dealt with it with someone that was considering suicide, I actually offered that as a resource, and they looked into it. I sat down with them and looked into it, and formally went through the process with them to get booked. So I didn't just leave them to deal with it by themselves. I personally went through the process to make sure that I walked them through the step. And then what discounts were available, and they did offer some significant discounts, especially if you're a student somewhere. They offer certain discounts if you are in certain categories with the BetterHelp. And again, they're not one of our episode sponsors or anything, but they should be, huh? Everybody let BetterHelp know that the Kim Jacobs Show
too
is out here promoting BetterHelp, because I do believe that it is a great resource for people in the United States and in Canada. And so I'm honored to be able to put this out there. And that resource
about accessing these services is a lot of private therapists will work on what's called a sliding scale, so that they're matching their rate to income, or might have in their fee structure, they may have a certain amount of clients that they take pro bono.
Yeah.
So it's also important to maybe even seek that out to find out what those options are. I think the hard part is we don't necessarily think of things till we're in crisis, and in crisis it's hard to access resources because you're so overwhelmed with the current crisis. But in a moment when you're not in crisis, it may be helpful to learn some of these options so that you have them to draw on in moments that are more stressful.
That's right. Great advice. And yes, as Mackenzie, I see your comment. You said it's like $200 a month, and that's still all expensive. By the time I helped the person that was doing this and they received a bunch of additional emails, it came down to almost like 40-something bucks. So it just depends upon you going through the process. And again, I'm not with their company or anything, and I can't advise, but I know that it ended up being very reasonably priced for the person I was working with. All right. So let's go back to some of your points. Right after this, let's take a commercial break. Mackenzie backstage, who's helping me. We're gonna take a commercial break. Come back to Natasha Halliday, our mental health expert. We'll be right back. All right, we are back and we're talking with some of our Freestyle Friday experts today. Marsha V. Watson, who's helping us with goal setting, time management, and just being able to be able to set those goals properly. And when we do that, hopefully we can have a better bandwidth to deal with some of the things that we're dealing with in life. We have our mental health expert, Natasha Halliday, and she's in the middle of sharing some very helpful tips with us. So go ahead, Natasha.
Yeah, so I was looking at some of the myths tied to suicide. And one of the myths is that it's always about mental illness. And so one of the things that I try to help people understand about suicide is our brains are wired to problem solve. And when we are facing stress, when we're facing emotional, mental pain, sometimes when the brain's like, I can't think of a way out, the thought of life being over is the way out. And so some of it is the desire to be separate from the amount of pain that someone is experiencing. I often, when I do crisis assessments, I used to often ask clients, if I could take your emotional pain away, would you want to die? And almost all the time, the answer was no. So in the sourcing out, how can I be free from all this pain and stress that I'm experiencing? Sometimes the idea of, well, if I wasn't alive, I wouldn't be in pain comes to mind. And I stress that because I want people to have a little bit more empathy. Sometimes there's a lot of judgment. Oh, suicide is selfish, this, that, and the other. If you've never been in a point where you have it cross your mind, you don't know what kind of pain leads to that thought process. It's not for us to judge.
That's correct. I'm glad you're saying that. But it's so hard for people not to judge because it's just a normal state of mind. It's like, who would do that? All of these comments and thoughts.
We judge and fear what we don't know. But that's why dialogue is so important, so we can gain understanding. And that's again why I say, don't negate the power of your presence. By being present and not judging, you don't know how that might be what extends them a few more days. That gives somebody a bit of life, right?
That's right. That's good. Okay. You all in the studio audience, I would love to hear your thoughts on this as well. So make sure you chime in if you have questions for Natasha Halliday. Put them in there and we'll get them answered hopefully throughout this broadcast. Okay, go on with some more of your points, Natasha.
So another myth is that people are not willing to seek help. People who are considering suicide and trying to end their life are not willing to seek help. And there may be people who are in treatment and still having that as part of their thought process. Some people have what's called suicidal ideation, where it's considered passive. They have thoughts of it, but they're not looking at ways they would actually end their life. They don't really desire to. And then it gets to the more extreme where people are actually looking at ways of ending their life. But in any of that, it doesn't mean that somebody's not willing to seek help.
So that's a myth that people are not willing to seek help. Are not willing to seek help. Okay, that's a myth. Okay, there's an echo. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to start with a little bit of the myths, and I did address the idea of understanding that, it's important to recognize that, like I said, it's really probably evidence of really significant emotional pain, right? That's why it's often correlated with some mental illness like depression, anxiety, maybe something like a psychosis, but it's not only about mental illness that somebody comes to a point where that might be something that they consider. And so what's really important when we look at prevention, this is why stigma is such an awful thing. Stigma wants us to when they want us to sweep things under the rug. We need to be very open about the fact that, look at the numbers that you gave, look at the numbers that I gave. Suicide is a very real thing. And more people than are probably willing to say have at least had a thought, whether they would have even entertained it, but have probably at least had a thought. But because we exist in a world where we don't want to say these things, then it makes it more taboo when we do. I've had thoughts. Never wanted to act on them, but I've had random thoughts in great moments of distress. If I'm not willing to say that, then I might put myself in a category outside of that makes people think, well, whatever they think. But I'm like, let's be honest. Many people have had these types of thoughts. And then there's people who have them who might do something to either harm themselves and without necessarily desiring to die, or they're actually trying to end their life.
Okay.
Right? But I think it's really important that we look at, this is part of the impact of stigma, is people don't want to talk about it. And again, like I said, people are fearful of what they don't know. So one of the things that I also wanted to highlight, and I gave you that website, livingworks.net. LivingWorks has a training they provide called Safe Talk. And Safe Talk is provided to individuals and organizations, faith-based communities, first responders. And what they do is they teach people how to have dialogue about suicide. So that they know, just like I said, maybe you start with inviting a dialogue about, I've observed this. Or, you know, even if it's somebody you see crying on a park bench, and that might be something that you think may be necessary to ask, how do you approach somebody you don't know and move into that type of dialogue, right? So livingworks.net provides a training called Safe Talk that can be done so that people can, it really helps remove the fear, because it teaches you some of the language and ways to approach the conversation.
Okay.
So for anybody who has an organization where they want to, you know, look at that as an individual, if they're a faith-based leader, if they're a first responder, get on that website, look at how to get access to that training. That is also across Canada and the US. What's really great, I teach in a program called Child and Youth Care at a local college here in Toronto. And it's part of, before they graduate, they have to have that training in my program.
Good.
And my knowledge, in Toronto, the biggest transit system, they are all taught this program because of people trying to end their life in front of trains and stuff like that. So they're really trying to be cognizant of where the people who obviously are not working in jobs where they would think this would be necessarily dialogue, but we don't get to decide where somebody might be distressed and where somebody might experience this. And so empowering people to have language so that they don't feel fearful is really important.
Okay. I'm learning so much from what you're sharing today. And so I know everyone in the studio audience, and Marsha too, I'm sure we're just soaking in this information. Any other tips you have? Because this is really helpful today.
So I wanted to touch a little bit on some of the things that warn you that somebody might be having these types of thoughts or contemplating this. Marsha touched on, you know, even just maybe a change in disposition. And it's not that we want to think this for every change in disposition, but sometimes we know people in our lives really well. And so we can kind of observe some of the shifts, right? If somebody's talking about it and it's not maybe something they've ever talked about before, and they start to raise discussions about suicide, asking questions, what people think about it, maybe things like that. If they're looking at, you know, ways people die by suicide, or ways maybe people are harmed or what have you, right? Giving away their belongings, right? Things that indicate that they don't see they're not planning for a future. Right. One of the things that I look at when I'm doing a crisis assessment is some element of, is there future forecasting? You know, are you thinking about what you want to do a year from now? Are you planning a vacation? If you can't really talk about what you think is going to happen in life past a month from now, that would give me a bit of pause as somebody doing an assessment. Is this person hopeless? Have they just kind of lost all hope that life can change, things can get better? Are they engaging in self-destructive behavior? So these are some of the things that we look for.
Wait a minute, if there's what you're saying here too, because you're saying planning beyond a month from now. Talk about that one more minute, because I want you to just.
And so, like, not necessarily a month. I use that as a marker, but just the idea of, if somehow you find through dialogue through that with a person that there seems to be a point where they're not talking beyond that point, that might be a cause of concern, right? Because some people aren't like, some people, if they're thinking about it, they plan for a specific date. And so looking at things like this, are they engaging in self-destructive behavior? Right? Almost thinking about the idea of, it doesn't matter what happens to me. Right? Are they experiencing, you know, a sense of calm that almost doesn't make sense? And that one's a bit harder to to
Okay.
work with them. A lot of these I've gotten from helpguide.org just to give me some guidelines. But just really stress.
What is, let me interrupt for 1 minute. What is the self-destructive behavior? Any examples of that? Because when we say self-destructive behavior, are you saying like cutting, or what are some examples?
Could be self-injurious behavior, but it could also be maybe excessive substance use.
Okay. That's good.
You know, things that are indicating I'm not really concerned with what happens to me.
Okay.
Right? Like for anybody, and this is almost a silly example, but for anybody who's starting a diet on a Monday, we know on Saturday and Sunday we eat the most, right? Because we're restricting come Monday. So if I know that by a certain date I don't plan on being alive, does it really matter what happens to me along the way?
Okay. Interesting. Okay. These are in the studio audience, you guys. If you I'm popping all of these over there for you so you can have them later for your notes. And if you watch a replay or share it with your tribe, as Marcia said, make sure you share this with everyone. But also put your comments, and we're going to pop them up in a few minutes as well. Okay. Any other thoughts?
So the last thing I would add to that is self-loathing, like somebody who really hates himself. Obviously that's it's always an indicator of thoughts of suicide, but it could potentially be, you know, one of the things that becomes part of the puzzle that shows you that this might be something that they're thinking about.
Okay. Wow. I mean, you've shared quite a bit of information here. So if we see these signs and these symptoms in people, then you're advising us to immediately go into action and offer them the 988, the counseling, help them to the best of our ability so that they don't just take this action if possible.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things I think that, you know, again, because people sometimes are scared about the dialogue, is if I now say to you, have you ever thought about suicide? You may not be ready to talk about it, but I've planted a seed that lets you know that I'm willing to have a conversation with you about it. So maybe a few days later, the person might be ready to say, okay, Natasha, you know what? I have had some thoughts. Can we talk about it?
Okay. Okay.
And then you have that opportunity to have that conversation.
Okay. So because you're opening up the window of communication or the opportunity to speak about it, whether they speak about it right that minute or not, they know that that they're on your radar, basically.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Marcia, any thoughts? And did you want to chime in? I know you've been very quiet because you're doing the time management over there, but anything based on
I do have some things that I want to add to that. I feel like when it comes to business owners, because I've always said that when you start a business, it's not just registering it. It's also the customer service aspect. And then when Natasha mentioned Living Works, I think that it's something that all business owners, especially if you have the intention of hiring, should actually look at taking the Living Works. Was it livingworks.net you said, Natasha?
Yeah.
Livingworks.net is the website, and the training's called Safe Talk.
Safe Talk. I think it's very important to do the Safe Talk course because I'm just going to share my story. There was a time where I was going to close my business, like this year. I was going to close my business. I didn't have capacity for anything. And I started to get rid of all of my clients, except for maybe a few. And one of the clients that I had, she was the only one that would check on me every so often. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Not to say that everybody else should have done that, but it taught me also as a business owner and as a coach that it's important to be aware of what your staff, your employees, your coworker, whatever you want to call it, to pay attention to what they're suffering. Like you're not responsible, but you have a responsibility to share, you know, the 988 and EAP or whatever it is in Canada. And it's not just saying, okay, I'm going to pray for you and run along. Like Natasha said, it's your presence as well, checking in on them, because you recognize that there's something amiss, like there's something different about them. Let me make sure that they're not a part of that statistic of what is unaliving themselves, or whatever. What was the terminology you said?
Dying by suicide.
Suicide. Apologies.
Sorry.
Yes, dying by suicide. It's very important to be aware of these things as a business owner, and to corporate HR, to create a very safe and supportive workplace, to have the work-life balance, because they will tell you, we have work-life balance over here, but stay at work until 9 p.m. anyway. And it's unwritten rule that if you don't stay at work until 9 p.m. from 9 until 9, that you're not a team player.
We're going to eliminate 2 positions and the rest of you pick up the slack, but we want to promote workplace balance.
Right. Yeah. This plays a role in it as well, because when people have their time is consumed by, I need to make sure that I do well, I need to do well at work, it affects their psyche, it affects them holistically. So it's important to create a supportive and healthy work environment, whether you are virtual or in person, whether you're hiring a staff. Make sure that you educate yourself on the customer service aspect and the mental health aspect as well.
That's really good
Great
advice, especially because
I speak on burnout in workplaces. So like Marsha's like lighting up. I'm like, girl, you speaking my language now.
Because burnout is real, especially as entrepreneurs. People seem to think that we show up and we're like glim and glam, and here we are. We suffer.
You don't know
too.
when you're 11 o'clock in front of your computer going, why did I choose to work for myself?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. We suffer too, and we don't show the highlight. We only show the highlight reel. We don't show the parts where, money is funny, where, oh my gosh, I've just spent 12 hours working on this document and it's lost. You know what I mean?
Right. It's like, where did it go?
Right?
It's like,
so it's very important to check on your friends, check on your coworkers. And I speak to corporate environments as well. Create a safe and supportive environment, because you don't want to just hear your coworker that was sitting right beside you is suffering and you just silently and you just totally ignored them. Pay attention to your surroundings.
And if I can piggyback on something you said, Marsha, about creating the healthy workplaces, don't do the tick box stuff. EAP exists, which is great, but sometimes workplaces try to do the checkbox and it's not really actually hitting the humans that work for them.
Right.
We have to remember we are real people. We are not androids. We are not robots. We are real people with feelings. How are you meeting them where they're at to create the safe workplace, safe work environment?
That's important. And I see a lot of comments that's coming in. Ultimately, we're going to take a commercial break and then come back to all of your comments. But I do want people to know how they can stay connected with you, Natasha. So go ahead and let people know how they can do that as well.
So on social media, I can be reached at Natasha A. Halliday. So NATASHAAHALLIDAY. And my website is natashahalliday.com.
Okay. So I want you all to make sure you stay connected with this mental health expert that's here today on Freestyle Friday, and also with our business coach, executive goal setting, time management expert, Marsha, as well. And we've been sharing how you can stay connected with her, but just say it one more time, Marsha, as well.
I can be found on Instagram at Marsha V. Watson, and my web address is divineexecutive.ca.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. So, and you know what? It's interesting. Like just now, I just put you back in this template type of thing, but you're used to what you're used to, right? So you were on the other side. So I need to kind of put you back in your comfort zone and put you over there. And believe it or not, it's small things that can just trigger us to say, hey, wait, why did she just even switch us on the side in the middle of the show? And that's a silly, simple example, but we don't know what triggers a person to be able to feel like everything's thrown off in their lives. I'm just using that as an example. And one thing I'll tell you personally is the day before my son, Gabriel, which I wear his pin every day. A lot of you know that. But the day before he transitioned from this earth, we had a Bible study, and the Bible study topic was suicide.
Wow.
That Wednesday night at Bible study, I stood up and I stood up and I talked to the whole congregation and said, listen, if anybody tells you that I died by suicide. Y'all do an investigation. It is not true. It's not true. It's just not, it's not the case. And I said it with great confidence because it's still the truth today that I'm not going to commit suicide in that regard. But you know, you never say never. The reason I say that is because that next day at the same time, that very next day at the exact same time, when I was there in that hospital room holding my son's hand, okay, I knew that moment why people would take their lives. That changed. When I say changes, everything about how I view people that will consider things to be hopeless, situations beyond their control, that they have no control of, and you know that the outcome can be different because of your faith, because of what I know I believe, and because of what I know I've witnessed along my lifetime. I've prayed for people and I've seen them be shot 12 times point blank, and then they come walking back down to church with a brace, but they coming back down, and God worked a miracle for them. So whenever you know that the outcome can be something based on what you believe and it does not happen, and you know that you could be the it's like you can give up hope in a situation like that. All hope can be gone because you cannot change the outcome of the destiny of what's going down. You can't, you know?
And the Bible even talks about hope deferred, right? What is it? Hope deferred makes the heart sick. Like, it's, God knows we have moments where we might not have hope. That's why I really want people to think about, if you don't understand it, doesn't mean you have the right to judge it.
Right.
That's the point. So whoever committed suicide, we don't know how hopeless they were, what sin they were, what the circumstances were. We're not God. We're not in control of what they decided that was the outcome of their destiny. We pray that that's never the case for a person, but we do not get to judge them and say that they did the wrong. You condemn to hell or whatever. I don't know what people think, but I know what I think. And what I think is, we don't know what circumstance led to what they ended up doing. So we want to pray for their families. We want to pray for everything that's surrounding whatever made that be the case. But my perspective changed for everybody, and it gives me different level of empathy regarding people pertaining to suicide. I just want y'all to know that. We're going to take a quick commercial. I can't talk. We're going to take a quick commercial break. And right after this commercial break, we're going to come back and get some of our audio studio audience comments, and then we're going to close out. Okay? We'll be right back right after this break.
Why learn about health when you can experience it? Experience it in beautiful Florida in February 2024. Join us for 3 days of integrative and intensive health and healing education and empowerment with the expertise of the following Healthopedia author, speaker, and facilitators. The world-renowned homeopath and acupuncture physician, Dr. James Marinakis, 4-decade health coach and holistic nutritionist, Dr. Joe D. Bear, and others such as Kimberly Meredith, Dame Doria Cordova, Rex Sykes, Dr. Gary Sanchez, Jamie Kerr, Serena Brown-Travis, and more. Experience daily morning walking and yoga, interactive participation, panel discussions, and more for your own epiphany of health. Get your tickets now.
All right, everyone, we are back, and we're talking again about suicide prevention. And we've been talking with our experts, Natasha Halliday and Marsha V. Watson, and hearing also from you all. I just want to let you know today's episode is sponsored by Attorney Charles Everidge, dealing with any kind of workers' compensation, wrongful death of a loved one, or disability claim. Contact them at 704-457-5000. And the conference that you just saw, you can reach out to drjod.com, drjod.com/healthopedia-Florida event. And you can reach her at 800-820-0584. 800-820-0584. And the coffee commercial, which everyone loves, is vproducts.store. vproducts.store. Okay, I just wanted to take a moment and acknowledge our episode sponsors. And because we're talking about a topic that we know that is very intense here, we're not medical experts, we're not any type of physicians or anything to give you what type of specific diagnosis regarding suicide. The views expressed are simply our personal views as individuals. They're not reflective of that of the Gabe's Heart Foundation, CTR Media Network, or Believe in Your Dreams, or the Kim Jacobs Show necessarily. And the final thing I'll tell you about our episode sponsor is, if you're dealing with end of life things, keep in mind that all of us should learn about getinsured.solutions. There's a way for you to meet with this individual. Her name is Samantha Benson, and she'll be able to share more information on how to deal with final life expenses as well. 704-499-3616. Can you pop a few of the studio audience comments in for us? Let's see who chimed in right quick. And we're going to be closing out with a final thought from each of you all. Okay. Pop in some of the comments. One of y'all, please read the comments if you don't mind. Okay, let me go to some of these comments. Okay.
So Darren Swan said, "You're right, balance, doctor. We shouldn't judge those who make drastic decisions when they're not stable mentally."
Thank you for your comment, Dayron, and thank you all for your support. Let's see.
And he also said, "Ultimately, God knows best, even when we feel hopeless."
Yeah.
Ms. Kim Blingbar and more. Yes, ma'am. Having a traumatic experience can take you there. I've experienced what you speak of, Kim.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Any more comments? Let's keep them coming.
So Sharon D. Brown said, life experiences can definitely change one's perspective.
Yes, it does. It always does. It shapes how we think. You can read one too, if you will, Marsha.
By an executive, so needed in today's workplace with so many people functioning in trauma, from Darren Swan.
Okay.
And yes, this is true about triggers, Sharon D. Brown. Justine Johnson Hillard, great show today. Happy holidays, ladies. And praying hands from Surrey. Sharon D. Brown says, this why self-care is essential for everyone. Self-inquiry, what you need in the moment is crucial.
She's a self-care entrepreneur, and she teaches on her platform about self-care tips that are really life-changing. And she is also one of our Freestyle Friday experts. So you can see her here as well from time to time. Okay, go ahead.
Darren Swan, crisis assessment. Yes, prevention is the best intervention.
Yes, it is. Okay. It's lots of comments coming in.
Darren D. Brown, so true. What is being said about employers' illusion about work-life balance?
All right.
And Justine Johnson Hillard, great show today. Happy holidays, ladies.
Okay, let me go up to one my mom said. Where's my mom? Don't leave that one out, Mackenzie, back there. Find my mama's comment, please. But while you're finding it, let's go to a closing comment from you, Marsha, and then we'll go to a closing comment from you, Natasha.
Honestly, I will just say to people watching, don't follow everything on social media, because people really only show you the highlight reel. It's okay to need help. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to reach out for help. It's okay to cry. Please reach out to someone feeling any form of distress, and don't suffer alone. Call one of us even. If you need any help, reach out to someone. It's okay.
Excellent advice. Okay. And before you make your comment, which we're getting ready to close out, I saw Shayna Gordine, and I know my mom made a comment. She said she's here watching. Anytime my mom types a paragraph, I want to find that, please. I see Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, who's over CTR Media Network, where we stream in 100 countries, 350 million households. Thank you for being here, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. She has a Power of Podcasting book that is a game changer for you. And Shayna Gordine, and she said, good morning, everyone. Glad you are here, Shayna. So glad to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. And I used to do a bunch of balance makeovers and stuff, so I encountered this beautiful family, and I'm excited. I used to do like some whole super nanny thing, but this is a beautiful family here that's coming on, and I'm glad to have you. Now, my mom is on too, and she said, great show, and she's glad that she was able to tune in. Victoria Finch tuned in as well, and she said, hello, everyone. All right. Mom, thank you for being here in the virtual studio audience as well. I greatly appreciate your support always. All right, let's go with your closing comment, Natasha, and we're going to close out today's episode.
So just a little bit more about, I'm going to close off with, approaching, having a dialogue. Try not to act shocked if somebody tells you they're having these thoughts, because that, I think, reinforces the stigma pieces and makes it seem like it's something scary. And, offer hope. And part of what I'm going to say in terms of offer hope, I'm going to connect it to what Marcia said at the beginning about when you have a lot in front of you and breaking it into smaller pieces and doing what you can. So when you're offering hope, some people are like, well, how's everything going to get better? Let's start with one thing. If the person hasn't showered for 4 days, is showering going to make your day better? If they, haven't had time in person with somebody, can I meet with you in person? Can we have a coffee together? Something. Offer hope and break even that down into small pieces and say, let's just add a drop of hope, and then we have something to build on. So that's what I'm going to remind people, is just offer some hope. Don't act shocked. And again, do not devalue the power of your presence.
Do not devalue the power of your presence, whether you're an expert or not. You are making a difference in that person's life in that moment, and it could be changing the trajectory and the outcome of their destiny. My mom said, good morning, and I'm watching and enjoying this great show. And then this is the final comment I'll put up, Mackenzie, and it's just praying hands from Siri E. All right, so thank you all so much for tuning into today's episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. Thank you for being here, Marcia. You shared some invaluable tips. Thank you, Natasha, for your mental health tips. And I pray this holiday season to everyone that we get the opportunity to just enjoy one another and not be someone that's dying by death by suicide in 1 in every 11 minutes. We do not want to be the 12.3 million that seriously thought about it, or the 3.5 million, according to the CDC, that made a plan about it, or the 1.7 million that attempted suicide, that actually attempted to do it. And most people that are doing this is through a firearm. We do not want to be in that category. If you're a person that's contemplating doing something that you know is harmful to yourself, talk to someone. Just get on anonymously and have a conversation. Don't do it. Don't do it, because you're so needed. Okay. livingworks.net and National Suicide in the United States and Canada, 988. Okay. All right. Reach out one more time. Reach out to Natasha Halliday. And the way that you do that, one more time, Natasha.
On social media, Natasha A. Halliday, and my website's natashahalliday.com.
And Marcia, one more time, please.
Instagram, Marcia V. Watson, and my website is divineexecutive.ca.
All right, everyone, show your ongoing support, because this is a ministry, in my opinion. The Kim Jacobs Show definitely comes on Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. You can do any way of supporting the show and the broadcast, but I thank all of those that have been pouring in. Carrie Ann, I want to just thank you as well. I know I saw just recently a contribution from you, so thank you so much. Thank you, Daron Swan, as well. I saw your contribution, and I want to acknowledge you all during the broadcast. All right, take care. Have a great day, everybody. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye. Thank you for tuning in to today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show and for being in the virtual studio audience. Your presence truly does make a difference, and I look forward to you bringing your friends and family to join you in the virtual studio audience Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network. Start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, powered by CTR Media Network. And our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers who are truly making a positive impact in the world. And today is just like any other amazing Tina Ramsey Show day. Because why? We have another impactful entrepreneur. When you think of the words innovative, overcomer, and achiever, these are the words that describes today's guest, Carolyn Parnell. She is an innovative entrepreneur who was able to overcome some extreme adversity, such as homelessness, domestic violence, and medical conditions to successfully start 2 businesses. So she didn't allow what happened in her life to stop her. And she has a background in medical coding and building. And she also used her talent because she has a business called Honey Pot Pearls. I love that. And she used her skills and negotiation to help create both of these successful businesses. And she also has a business called Stay Loaded Dispatch Services, LLC, right here in Columbia, South Carolina. So without further ado, she is a mother, she is a grandmother, she is an entrepreneur, and she fights for you. And she's a healthcare advocate. So you ready to meet her? I know you are, because I am. Her name is Carolyn Parnell. Hello, welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing? Glad to be here.
I am so happy to have you here. I've been knowing you for quite some time, and you have always been such a pleasure and positive, no matter what you were going through at the time, and you always have that beautiful smile, and you always look for ways to try to help people, especially when it's dealing with their health and wellness. So Carolyn, why are you so passionate about health and wellness?
Well, as you can see, I have I'm on oxygen now, but when we were growing up, my mom always had us on healthy teas and didn't do a lot of sugar, and she did a lot of fruits and vegetables and that sort of thing. So we were rarely sick in anything. I mean, rarely. But then, you know, as you get older and you get on your own and you start having children, and you got to do that quick, feed them real quickly after school. And so you picking up and grabbing stuff too, and lunch breaks and stuff. So your life just gets to you. And so you kind of decline your health, and then other choices you make too. But I found that I declined and slid back a little too long. So I'm trying to get, all through the years, I've been taking different vitamins from different companies and stuff. So I'm trying to get back in track, because I've had major health issues. I've had blood clots in the heart. I've had almost near strokes. I've had my lungs, pulmonary problems with my lungs, problems with my heart, different things. So I'm on a daily regimen or a medicine thing, and I currently have to do the oxygen, and I also currently have an IV in my arm that's mobile that I take with me every day. And I would have never thought that that would be the case because I'm so bubbly. I just love to laugh and have fun, and and I'm always helping the next person. So.
Yeah, you are. That is your personality. Bubbly, always seeing the brighter side of things, even if it look negative. You always that person that is very, very dependable. From the very first time that I met you, we actually met with a health and wellness business. And so at an event that I was speaking at. And not only I'm thinking I'm coming there to help all of you, and then you turn around and come help me. So I really thank you for everything that you have done throughout the years and been so super duper supportive of any and everything that I have done prior to that first time we're meeting. And so seeing you today touched me in a different way because I know the personal struggles that you have went through with your health and wellness. And despite it all, you have been determined to not only find health and wellness products that truly work, because you've been on a mission all this time, but you really wanted to find a way to make it cost effective, because I'm sure all the different things that you went through or going through, it can be pricey when you're not feeling well. So did you find that to be the case?
Yes, I did. Very much so. Very much so with other companies. And I've been in a few. I'm not going to name them, and neither am I going to bash them because they work for who they work for. It just wasn't working for me. Various reasons. But I have been fortunate enough to find a company that when I say this works for me, it works for me. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to explain that, what I mean by that. Okay. Explain. It's cost effective. It's they don't put all the cost in the cost of the product or the vitamin because they want it to be at wholesale, like how Costco or Netflix does. You pay a membership fee. This is what this is. It's a membership club to save on healthcare products. Okay. And at the moment, it's healthcare products. There will be more products. And the membership fee is $9.95.
What? Wait, hold up. You mean $99.99?
No, ma'am. It's a monthly fee of $9.95. With that, you can order products, or you don't have to order products. Auto ship. That what I'm saying is there's not a requirement that you have to order. You can order nothing. Just pay your $9.95 whenever $9.95. Let me straighten that out. So just in case you want to order. Now with that, let me say this. You can get the products at retail, but I went through and I looked at this a while. I went through and I counted what the difference is between retail and wholesale. And on each product is about $6.95. Okay. So even at the retail, it's still low, but the memberships are worth more than anything. Now, if you don't mind, I like to show you what I take.
Yeah.
Okay.
Show me.
I started off slow because I wanted to see what works and what didn't work. So I didn't just get a bunch of products because with my my health is, I started off slow. I showed them to my doctor, and I first started off with the multivitamin. They have a multivitamin for women, multivitamin for men. The multivitamin, the retail, $14.95. The membership, $9.95.
Wow.
What I like about this company is these are among the highest quality vitamins. And they also do a certificate analysis. Every product, if you go on the website, which is livegoodtour.com/CS Parnell, and you can see it in the bottom under my name. If you go in and look at the website, Each product, you can click on the screen to see learn more, and it tells you all about the product, what's in the product, what it's used for, the pricing, and there's also a certificate of analysis by a third party, each product. The next one I did was the ultra magnesium complex, because my magnesium is always low. It bounces back and forth because I'm on a diuretic for holding fluid, a diuretic. So it, and y'all know how that works. It washes out all the minerals and vitamins that you take, which is another reason I wanted to get on this. I'm using the magnesium oxide that they were giving me. I switched to this. No more problems with my lab work with the magnesium. Now it took 3-4 weeks for it to get in my system good, as you know, all natural stuff does. So then I went to the Super Reds, which is for the heart. Magnesium retail $14.95, membership $8.95. That's a $6 difference. Super Reds is for the heart, circulation, brain and cognitive function, and also sexual health. But that one, the membership is $18. A lot of men get this. The membership is $18, retail $24, $6 difference. And it smells like they have the lemon lime. This one is the fruit punch. Okay. Then I went to factor 4, inflammation. Inflammation. This one works. Really works. The members is $18.50. The retail is $24.95 for a difference of $6.45. And my all-time favorite, I have never tasted protein this good. This is the vanilla. I can smell it through the thing. And this one is $22 for membership and retail $29.95. So you can see that the prices are exceptional. Like I say, it's based on like Costco, Netflix, and all of that. Most of those companies make money off the memberships. They don't make money off the product, the membership. And so I love the way this company did this, because I've been involved in so many others where I couldn't really afford. Number one, I couldn't buy the thing to get in the company. You know how $100 and all of that. I had children. I was a single parent. And number two, I couldn't afford the auto ships. With this, I can buy what I want at the membership price. And number three, these are great. These are awesome. Awesome. Now let me throw something else in there. You don't have to come into the company and be an affiliate. You could just be a member. Pay the $9.95 and start the ordering. But you know how much it costs in case you want to tell others about it? One-time fee of $40. That's it.
What? Okay, so if you do want to do the affiliate side, it only costs like you said one time. You ain't say once a year.
Nope, just one time, and you're always in.
And then after that, you pay your $9.95 a month.
$9.95 a month.
Wow, that's different.
Yep. And so, if you skip a month, pick it up the next month. But we suggest you don't do that.
Okay, okay, Carolyn. So that was a lot, because this goes against everything that we prior do with any kind of company. And so I'm just gonna go ahead and answer for here before I take this commercial break, because the thing is this going against everything that we knew. We feel, because in America, we feel like the more it is, the better it is.
Exactly.
And so these products are of premium value and quality. They have been tested, tried and true, and you're getting all this value at a fraction of the cost, because this company do not focus on making money off solely the product. They focus on the memberships, like the Costco way. And so they're not putting that cost onto everyday people like us.
You got it. Because they want everyone to be able to afford to get healthy. Yes. Because those pharmaceutical drugs that's out there, you can't really afford those, but you can because you got insurance.
Yeah.
You protected by insurance.
With insurance now.
And the insurance. Now, what insurance is there for healthcare products? $9.95 membership. That's your insurance.
Wow. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk more about this product and what this actually means. And also because this is a lot for us to take in, for the simple fact that it's so different from what we prior understand, right? So we're going to take a commercial break and we'll be back in a moment.
Anybody that knows Tina, she's all about visibility. She's all about connection, and she's all about helping people create a source of income through monetization. And so, again, Tina is just really good at what she does. If you've not connected with Tina, if you've seen her show or heard her podcast and you're thinking about connecting with her, I highly, highly, highly recommend it. As a result of my connections with Tina, she has helped me with recruitment of speakers for my upcoming event. She's also helped me to recruit several authors for a few of the book projects that I have had the opportunity to produce in this past year. And in all, Tina's just a really great person, that she's genuine in helping entrepreneurs in reaching their goals. So again, if you have not connected with Tina, be sure that you do. The Tina Ramsay Show is definitely a great venue for you to connect with other entrepreneurs, to connect with other individuals that are going to be interested in your service or your project. This is Tiffany Bell. Again, you are watching and listening to the Tina Ramsay Show, and I look forward to being able to connect with you.
And just like that, we are back. And I come along with a friend whom you might ask, the amazing Carolyn Parnell. Now, before the commercial break, we was actually talking about this mind-blowing, this revolutionary, this movement that this company has decided to take on. And healthcare advocate Carolyn Parnell is on this movement with them. And as you can see, she have personal health problems herself that she is using. She is a product of the product. That's what I want people to understand. When you are advocating and promoting for anything, I don't care what it is, you need to be a product of the product. And what I find is very interesting with Carolyn is that she's totally honest and transparent on where she was with her health, what it is actually doing for her. And she also shared the results of how it improved her from being diabetic and retaining a lot of water, the different things that she takes. And if you didn't pay attention before, I'm going to bring this to your realization. It's a lot of you that watch the Tina Ramsay Show that have health problems, okay? Because many of you come watch the show because I tell you about my health and wellness journey, right? But when it's dealing with natural stuff, you tend to kind of fall back a little bit because you're so dependent on Western medicine, which I'm not against it, but I'm just saying the stuff that comes from the earth is made for our bodies to help it naturally heal itself over time, or I would say help you maintain a measure of health. And so the fact that she already had these health problems before, and she's able to use, because one of the main questions people ask you when you tell them about next stuff, well, I already take the medicine, I already take a prescription, I can't do this and I can't do that. Well, apparently she took prescription too. She said she talked to her doctor, and these were the things that she's able to take. So balancing what you have to take from the doctor, if you do have to take your doctor stuff, and also using the natural wellness combo, have you been able to see better results from adding in this healthy part of your health regimen?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I don't plan to have this in that much longer. I plan to wear, because it's starting to wean me now because of this, the factor 4. Because all that is inflammation. It helps inflammation. And with my lungs being inflamed, and most diseases in the body are from inflammation.
And mucus, yep.
Yes. So, but y'all see my journey. Y'all see my journey. This right here, the Super Reds for the heart. I went to the doctor. It was on a Thursday, about 2 weeks ago, and he told me, he said, "Now, if we could just get them lungs good, he's because your heart is doing what it's supposed to do." Wow. I said, "Well, Doc, how long are you gonna be on this IV?" He said, "Let's give it a couple more months and see how it works." He said, "But your heart is doing what it's supposed to do. We just got to get those lungs right." I was so happy with that. But let me tell you this too. If you find that you order and it don't like it, 90-day money back guarantee, no questions asked, just send back the empty bottle.
90 days?
90-day money back guarantee.
That's 3 months.
Yeah.
Oh, see, they really back their product. We talking 90 days. That means that the bottle can be empty.
Yeah, they want it empty. They want you to send the empty bottle back.
Wow.
If you say, "No, this does not work for me," pull out the product, but they say 90 days, so you can give it time.
Yeah, give it time to work.
Yes, and send back the empty bottle, you get a full refund of what you paid for the product, not the $9.95, and just don't pay the next month $9.95.
Wow. So as you can see, everyone, this company really stands behind what they do to give you a full 90-day, pretty much 90-day guarantee, standing behind their product. And one thing, again, that I feel that is so endearing with Carolyn is that she's a product of the products. She has a way that she can test the quality of this product based upon her body and what she's going through right now. And when she started versus now, and now her heart is doing so much better because she's doing the reds, and now she's seeing progress with the fluids in her body, and she's seeing progress with the inflammation. And she being totally honest and transparent with you where she is right now and the results she has been seeing. And so for many of you, that is what you want to know, because she is you.
Mm-hmm.
She is you. So if you at home and you're aching, you're having all these different situations going on with your body, and you're trying to figure out what's going on, and you just want to have a measure of health, okay, that you can enjoy your life. Mm-hmm. Why not give this a chance? Because one thing that I have found is that one of the main barriers of people starting their health and wellness journey is the cost. Because you want to be healthy, but like Carolyn said before, being a mother, a single mother, the cost of all this stuff. What I find remarkable is that it's premium quality stuff at a fraction of the cost. I mean, literally, $10? Well, it's not even $10. It's $9.95. So I'm just like, it's a no-brainer just to give it a try. Because how many times you wasted $10? How many times you wasted $25? Why not try to give yourself a measure of health? And keep in mind that with all health and wellness products, based upon the toxicity of your individual body, let me say it again, the toxicity of your individual body will determine how long it will take for it to clean up whatever it is that's going on. So if you're a diabetic, it might take a little longer it depends on what's going on. If you are a person got a whole lot of inflammation, it may take longer than the person who has less or even none. Everybody is a little bit different based upon the lifestyle that they previously had before they started this regimen. Right. So if you was already on a health and wellness track like myself, I may see results within the first couple of days because I have already been on the regimen, right? Doing health and wellness. I don't have as many toxins. But if you haven't, then be mindful. That's going to take a little time, but you will start seeing results because it usually take a couple weeks before you start seeing a little results. And if you think about it, that's the same amount of time if you start a new doctor medication to see if it's going to work for you or not. Take about 2-3 weeks to get it in your bloodstream, get it in your system to see will it work or not. And do you need to make an adjustment? So Karen, is there anything else you would like to share?
I would like to say 2 things. I would like to tell you why it costs so less.
Oh, yeah, tell us that.
Because of $9.95 and it's a membership club, the company doesn't have to do it 60 times what the original cost is. to make room for different recruitment bonuses, or stuff like that, stacking the bonuses for people, or have to pay people out of this and that. So they have to make the product higher because they're paying pay the bonuses based on the product. Live Good does not do that. You're paid your membership fee, and if you become an affiliate, $40 one-time fee, your bonuses or whatever are paid out of the membership. Okay? Now, I want to say that. Also, there's no expiration on your membership. It's a monthly membership, but say you don't want to order nothing next month, you can choose to not pay the $9.95. You could choose a year down the road to not pay the $9.95. But then, oh, wait a minute, my situation has changed. I remember that company Live Good. I want those products again. Just pay your $9.95. You can never be out of Live Good. Just pay your $9.95, and you're back to ordering products. But I don't think somebody's gonna want to do that because these products are good. I started to keep my mouth shut and just use the products myself. But I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I'm not the only person in this situation. There's other people out there that can't afford the regular ones, that need to get these products. So that's why I asked you about the podcast. And that's why I came on to spread the word, let people know. I don't know who this may touch, but I'm hoping like it was for me. I prayed for something that I will be able to afford, that could help me out, because I'm tired of taking these drugs, tired of all the side effects, that sort of thing. Drugs have their purpose. Pharmaceuticals have their purpose, but enough is enough. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of the brittle hair. And this is in no means all the products they have. These are just what works for me at the moment. I plan to get other different ones, but like I say, I take mine little by little so I can know what works and what doesn't work. So that's how I like to do stuff. Yeah.
Wow. And so you guys, this is revolutionary. So many of you have been hoping, wishing, and praying for a breakthrough in regards to your health and your wellness. And we understand the time that we're living in, dealing with the economy being as such. Food is at an all-time high. Gas, mortgages, rent. I mean, pretty much everything that you have to touch on to live life is more expensive, except this. And it's quality. So I want you to really think about this, because literally my husband and I have been looking for another company. I have companies that I use, but they're expensive. And so therefore, with the economy like it is, we had to shave back a little bit from certain stuff that we normally would buy to trying to do an alternative that will be as good, but we haven't found anything as good. So for me, Curtis and I have to join this wagon, because like $40 and $9.95. I mean, it's a no-brainer when you think about it, and the possibility of allowing it to help you with your health and wellness and avoid medication and unnecessary doctor visits.
Oh,
really?
I see something else I forgot to tell about. Now, please excuse the packaging. But I also got this, and I use these. You know how you did stuff to make you go to sleep? Well, this is our sleep patch. That's what it's for. It supports deep, restful sleep, improves sleep quality, wake up refreshed, natural ingredients. All the ingredients are on the back. And they're a patch that you try, like put on your wrist, your ankle, your shoulder. That's one of them right there. This one is the energy and focus. You know how everybody be drinking those energy drinks that are not healthy for you? Yeah. This is the patch for that.
Wow.
Now, I've had so many people, I've been giving them out as samples. I use this one some but I don't use this one because of the heart situation. I don't need it. But I've had so many people tell me that this works for them. And I've had people that paid it $9.95 became a membership because of these. They work so good. So I forgot to show you those two.
Wow.
Well,
So you got
30 of them for $14.95. $14.95, $14.95. If you get them in a combo pack, $24.95. So you're saving $4.95 on top of whatever you say to be a member.
Wow, you guys, this is the breakthrough that you've been looking for. I know it sounds like a breakthrough for me because literally we've been searching high and low because everybody know I'm into essential oils. Everybody knows that I'm into natural wellness, and literally, but the cost. Okay, that's all I have to say. So, and 2 days, and then one senior graduating this year. I'm like, the cost.
Oh wow.
Okay. And so when Carolyn came and shared this, I was like, what? This is like too good to be true. I was like, maybe I'm hearing you wrong. Did you say $9.90? She was like, no. I said, yeah, you heard me right. And so we had to bring her onto the show today so that because like Carolyn said, she could have kept this to herself. I mean, because you hear things all the time, right? Mm-hmm. But this is proof in the pudding. She is an advocate, and she's saying excuse her bag and all that, but that's proof in the pudding that she used and she share out these products. She just saying it so she can do a sale. This is not about a sale. This is about offering you access to quality premium products at a fraction of the cost that get mailed to your home. You don't have to go fight at the Walmart or the or the GNC or wherever that you get your natural stuff to be in the crowds. You can have this. This is coming to your home. That's one less trip.
Exactly.
I don't like that at no grocery store. I prefer ordering my stuff online. I mean, so this is one less trip that you have to do, and also take time to figure out which product you want to start with first, and then try it and make sure to let us know, because I am definitely going to be letting you guys know about everything. I have to get me some of them reds and them greens and the multivitamin, because I've been trying to find another multivitamin for a minute. So yeah, if Carolyn can take it, I know I can take it, because we have some of the same similar stuff going on. You know, so I'm like, she can take it, I know I can take it. Me too. So because as we get older, we need certain things to help with our bones, our heart, our mind, and just the elements.
Yes.
The environment is so toxic and so many chemicals. We need to be putting natural stuff back into our body to help us. So Carolyn, thank you so much for taking the time to care. You always been a big, I call you a care bear. You just care so much. I'm aging myself. Yeah, I grew up watching Care Bears. All right, and for young people who watch this, Google it. They don't know what no Care Bear is. But anyway, all about love, and I appreciate you taking the time out your busy schedule to share with us the intricacies of what the business is, what it's not, and also sharing. Oh, before we go though, I want you to share with them, for ones who saying, okay, I absolutely love what I hear you saying, because you touched on a little bit, but I want us to elaborate a little bit more before we go. They may, how can I say it? They may, after they try the product, even before they try the product, saying, I just want to come in and I want to also be an affiliate, because we have many podcasters that watch the show, as well as TV hosts that watch the show that's looking for products to advertise on their show that can possibly help them generate income through their show. So this seems like cost effective, health wise. It could be a good avenue for them if they would like to become an affiliate, even though they don't have to. Right. But tell them a little bit about the affiliate side of the business. If a person say, "Oh, I want to be a part of it and be a product of the product."
Right. So with the affiliate side, we have a video. It's a 4-minute video, and you can go see that video on livegoodtour.com /C as in Carolyn, S as in Simon, Parnell, PARNELL. That's my link, and it's right there under my name. So if you go, it's got a 4-minute video that you can look at, and at first I became a member, and then I did affiliate because the products were so good, I wanted to share them. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I did. And you're going to find that you're doing the same thing. If you share the product, why not make a little money when you share it? You
Exactly.
know, it seems like it's a small amount, but it adds up. Now, the main thing, well, when you look at that video, you see what I'm talking about. But that matching bonus, and that's all I'm going to say. So when you look at, and it's a quick 4-minute video. So I just urge you to look at the video.
Okay, you guys. So what we're going to do, for those of you who are listening in, you just going to have to come on over to ctrmedianetwork.com and click the link in the description of the audio or the video. For those of you who are watching all over, and you can click the link on social media, we're going to have a clickable link so that you can click Carolyn Parnell's link, and then it'll take you to all of these things that we're speaking about, so that you can see for yourself and go ahead and opt in with this opportunity. The goal is to create true wealth. What is that? It's your health. Okay. A lot of people attach wealth to just money or capital or real estate or this or that. That's a tier of it. But the main thing is your health. Because if you have all those other things, the car, the house, the whatever, the real estate and all the things, the clothing and all this stuff, but if your health is in the garbage, I guarantee Steve Jobs and all the people that lost their life, the cancer, everything else, if they had a chance, they'd say, okay, we'll give you back your life, but you have to give up something. What you gonna give? They'll say, I want my life.
Exactly.
You'll say, I want my life, because guess what? You have your life, you can start over again. But you can't do that if you don't have your life. So I want you guys to start focusing on how can you make your life better health-wise, and then all the rest will fall into place. We have to do better with our health, with all these things that's going around and immunity stuff. Every time you turn around, it's a new thing. We have to combat this with getting our body healthy. Okay? Having a measure of health. I mean, we can't be perfect because we're imperfect people, but getting it to the point where it's okay. You know, like, a measure. I like to say having a measure of health.
Exactly. You're right on it. Because I'm gonna tell you something. You end up in the hospital, them walls be closing in. Those walls be closing in, and you be like, then you start thinking, oh, I should have did this better. Oh, I should have did that. Oh, you do the shoulda, woulda, coulda. Well, now you can. You know what I'm saying? So just do it. There's a cost-effective way of doing it where you get superior premium products. If y'all knew how hard this, and you'll see, because as you come in, and you can go on YouTube and look it up, and they'll have different product things on YouTube. But no, don't do that. Go on my website, because when you click each product, you'll see a video about the product.
Wow.
You see a video about the product, and you see a write-up on the product.
Okay. Well, everyone go to the website. Make sure to click the link. So, Carolyn, thank you so much for being on the show and being a featured guest. I hope that your website get flooded with so many people starting this health and wellness journey. I already know I'm going to be one of them. I'm just waiting to Friday. I'm going to be one of them.
Hey, that works.
I had been meant to do it, but I got busy. And so I looked and I said, dog, I need to get some greens. I need some reds. I need some multivitamins. And I have these children in here, and it's the winter time. This is the season where you need to really make sure you keep yourself healthy.
We even got some for pets.
Oh, wow.
The CBD oil for pets, because some of our pets are a little bit agitated, so it calms them down. Yeah.
You're really taking care of the whole family, even the fur babies.
Yes.
So thank you so much for coming on today. Hold tight in the back, and I'll be with you in a moment, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, you guys, wasn't that amazing? So I want you guys moving forward from this point on into 2024 and beyond. I want you to think about what really matters. And when you think about it, you know that your health is your true wealth. I want you to start focusing on that, and then all the rest of the things will fall in place. Because what I'm finding that so many more people, young, it really, it's no age on it now, because we really need to be mindful of what we put in and around our bodies on a day-to-day basis. So thank you for tuning in to this week's episode of the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, powered by CTR Media Network. And I want to speak to my lovelies right quick, the ones who follow and support the Tina Ramsey Show. If no one told you today that you matter, that you are worthy, and that they love you, I want you to know that I love you. So on that note, I want you to do what? I want you to keep smiling. Make sure to tune in, like, follow, and subscribe on the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. And we'll see you next week, same time, same place, with another fantastic, impactful entrepreneur here to give their knowledge, insight in order to help you grow. We'll see you next week. Bye.
Hello. I'm going to say I absolutely loved being on the Tina Ramsey Show. Her ability to be able to ask questions, her ability to be able to showcase a female, her professionalism, the communication, the razzmatazz of the entire outlook here on the podcast was absolutely phenomenal. And I'm honestly going to give her a 10 out of 10 when it comes to her podcasting skills. And I can say this with a lot of backing because I've been on over 100 podcasts. And I'm telling you, she's A1 in my book for sure.
Is an all-in-one weight loss supplement. If you're looking at a weight loss supplement as a whole, in my opinion, you have to target 5 or 6 different areas. And Aluva G-Burn does that. And it's the highest quality ingredients with the best absorption technologies with the highest bioavailability in each and every ingredient.
Hi, my name is Jen. I'm 47 years old. I teach musical theater classes to children, and I've been using Aluva G-Burn for a couple months now. I have 4 kids. And it seems like with each pregnancy, I gained a little more weight, a little more weight, a little more weight. And it's so frustrating to try to get that weight off. You know, I'm just hungry all the time. I crave stuff that I shouldn't be eating. I've tried everything and nothing has worked. But as soon as I started Aluva G-Burn, I was finally able to lose the weight. It suppressed my appetite. I wasn't having to snack all day. The cravings were gone. I felt great. I now have the energy to do the things I want to do throughout the day.
Hello, this is Bobby Concrite from, yes, Bobby Concrite. We got Keith, the Wonder Boy. Keith, Keith. We got Keith here, and Keith, let me tell you. First of all, thank you. This is Men on Pause, and Men on Pause. Now, this is what the show about. It's simple. Men taking a pause to talk about real stuff that's going on in our lives, like in relationships or with the children, in the church, wherever, like life, just like period. Now, I'm gonna warn y'all right now, Keith is raw. Keith raw, he just raw. I'm letting y'all know I'm raw too, but not Keith, that's a whole nother, he raw. So we're gonna talk about something really crazy. So check this out, Keith. So the topic today was about men being tired or you're trying. That you tried, but you're tired, man, in relationships, man. And this is true, like getting in these relationships and then stuff get toxic and crazy and you're trying to figure out, why is it just everybody losing their minds, man, and people cussing and fussing and something you said, you said you didn't say it, you did mean it, don't mean it, I don't know. And then you call yourself trying in these relationships to make sense of this stuff. But what ends up happening, these words are flying and these deeds, is all of a sudden about, keeping count on, you did this, you did this. You did this, you did this. And stuff just get did and undone. And people lose their minds. And so that's what I want to talk about today, man. I want to talk about that. And just real quick, man. I mean, T, you've been married before? You married? You've been married.
Definitely. I guess it's a matter of which marriage.
What you say, man? You said which one?
Guess I tried a couple of times and got tired. But
okay. Mm-hmm.
But with all due respect, they were both good people in their own rights. I always say that a relationship is entering a relationship rather is just like going for a job interview. And you don't hear nobody going to a job interview saying that, well, sometimes I procrastinate. Sometimes I like to come to work late, and I like to add an extra 30 minutes to my lunch break if possible, because I'm used to having long lunches. They're going to go with all the right wordings, all the good qualities about themselves, and I believe that relationships would be more stronger. They would be more prosperous if you went in as an open book. That's what I always like to say. I like to talk about not just my good qualities, but my negatives as well, because I believe that if you go in like an open book, it gives the other person an opportunity to say, yeah, this is something I think I can deal with, or this is something I can't deal with. But when you're not being open about all the true qualities of yourself, then it's like once the relationship gets going, the other person is like in a position where they got to start finding out pieces and bits along the way. And now here it is, I'm stuck in a committed relationship where I'm now eventually seeing things that I'm not really with.
Yeah. And I always say this, the lies we tell, because that's what happens. It's like, you're in it, and sometimes we'll say, I'm in it to win it. Yeah, okay. It's some work to be done with that. And I'm gonna put myself out here, like, for instance, I got married, and I had some demons, some toxic, crazy stuff, man, coming up, and and then you trying to figure out what do you do with that as you get older, right? And I think, in all fairness, there's a lot of things that you should lay on the table, as you say, just put it out there. But when you're in environments where the unspoken stuff is common, like nobody wants to talk about that kind of stuff. It's like, no, let's not talk about it. We're gonna hide that, or I don't want to talk about that, or I don't want to see that side of you. You never deal with it, and then things get out of control.
Mm-hmm.
Then now what, man? Now we're ugly. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you 100%. Should do that. You're right. I'm just gonna be transparent. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of lying going on when you first meet somebody. You ain't want to tell, man. I don't know about you.
Everybody coming in with motives.
Yes.
Everybody got their motive or whatever agenda to why they want to be with this particular person. And always, one thing I've learned throughout the years, especially after being in different relationships, is that I come to realize, and I can only speak on myself, I come to realize that we need to spend more time learning the character of a person. See, men get caught up into the physical attractions, how the girl shape, how the girl look, stuff like that. And the women, they're getting caught up into the man's pocket, what he's driving, how much money he got. Is he a six-figure dude or whatever like that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I come to learn that you can have two good people that simply don't complement each other character-wise.
Right.
So if you don't learn the character of that person you're planning on entering a bond, a commitment, or a relationship with, then eventually somewhere down the line it's going to be friction, and you go bump heads, and it may not be good.
Well, and you're right about that bumping heads. A lot of that comes from, again, ladder should have been up front, but ladder in a relationship. Oh, I wanted to tell you this, I never said this to you, or man, you know what? I don't like this.
Exactly.
And then I'm like, why now? Okay.
Yeah, and exactly, and like for example, and like again, I try to mostly always retract it back to me because there's nobody here to defend themselves. So I don't want to start speaking on bringing other people in, as far as who I was with in relationships. But one thing I can say, for example, like it's not really a gray area. Like I'm gonna be real nice, or sometimes I can be real nasty. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm saying that to say in the relationship, sometimes instead of when I get mad, I may shut down. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of men that do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because once again, men are physical and women are more verbal. And you got some women that really can say some things with words, and a man can't react to that. So their thing is to get physical.
Yep.
Now, I'm not physical in the sense that I was raised better than put hands on a woman, but I know I could probably say some things or whatever that I can't retract or take back. So my thing is, my defense mechanism is I shut down. Sometimes I may go a day or whatever, but there's been times I went a week or longer without even speaking.
Yeah.
Which I know that isn't good or healthy for a relationship, but if that gets back to the point that if that wasn't discussed in the beginning, then you will look and come up with your own interpretation as far as why I'm not speaking. You're not looking at the fact that, oh, he's upset and he shuts down when he get upset because, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let him cool off before I go and try to talk or have this conversation and get things straight. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yep.
How some men are. When men shut down, it's an issue. It's common sense, you know what I'm saying? It's an issue. But they're just, sometimes women look at it and be like, well, he shut down, he ain't talking, he must be seeing somebody else, he must be effing somebody else and stuff like, you know what I'm saying? And that's really not the issue. A lot of times men that shut down, they shut down because they really care.
Right.
They care enough to not disrespect you in a way that they know that they could. So they close down and don't say nothing at all.
Yeah.
Because you got some men out here that'll take your head off.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And the sad part about it is they the ones that stay faithful and loyal and remain with the men. But the men that's being respectful and say, all right, I'm gonna cool down, I just won't say nothing, in a sense, because that's our way of saying, hey, I'm gonna respect you by not saying nothing. I'm respecting you by not putting hands, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But then when you see the relationships that's so-called prospering or whatever, it's the ones that they're going smacking them all upside the head and all right, I'll go ahead. You ain't gonna give me nothing. I'll go get something for somebody else. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, I mean, it goes back to the drawing board. You need to be open and upfront and honest in the beginning. Lay everything out on the table. You know what I'm saying? It gives that person the opportunity to say, I don't think that's something I want to deal with.
Yep. And so I'm gonna throw this out here. Like one of the things that if we in this relationship stuff, man, when you try but you get tired, right? You feel like you owe me respect. And I feel like you just hit it on the head. Like, man, instead of me doing something stupid, maybe I can't. I don't, because I don't want to go there, right? I feel like if we don't get that understanding, then I'm gonna do something that don't make no sense. And everybody reacts different. Everybody, we ain't built the same. I mean,
exactly.
So I think that first thing you just brought up is you're correct. Like that can become real toxic if we don't get that understanding. Like probably it's just best I just leave you alone and just go away because I don't want to do nothing crazy. I really don't. And which goes to my next thing based on something you just said. And here's the deal. It's one of those things in life where it's like buying this car, right? Mm-hmm. And then it's new, it smells great, and truck, whatever, and it's fun. And then after a while, you get tired of it because you done used it up. And I think in relationships, we gotta be careful with that, right? We'll just do things and the gas runs out and we don't have real conversations about why the gas run out. So then I'm sitting here thinking, oh, it's you. No, it's you. And then add friends to the mix. Add your buddies. Add church people, add this, add it, and then everybody got opinion, you know, like they side our quarterbacks, and you should do this, you should do this. You ain't gonna stand a chance in that relationship.
Definitely not.
You can't, because so one, I'm competing to complete you, and I ain't doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like okay, why am I competing with these people that's around? I don't need to, and that's crazy. And then I deplete myself to complete you, and that's crazy. And it took me a while. It's like I was reading this, and I told somebody this. It's 5 stages of this transitioning of a toxic relationship, and anger was one of them. And I had to remind myself, I was like, man, you know, when I got to that stage, man, I was just, man, any little trigger switch, and it was on. And I'm now at a point where, you know, I'm at a church now, and I'm one of the leaders of the church, right? And so one of the things the last 3-4 weeks, God been, you know, really getting me on is, okay, listen, you in this relationship right now where y'all in transition, you know, separate, and we talking divorce. And then I'm like, okay, and I've had to isolate myself, you know, just work at the church, just go fishing, do like you said, man, just sit down, just be quiet. And I'm finding out about myself. And it's one of those things where you just start realizing, okay, you're right, I'm different. I'm different than you. I don't want to do nothing crazy. And I'm trying, I don't want to hear no past stuff. That's another thing. I think we just do each other disservice. Keep bringing past stuff up. And if it don't move the needle, it don't pay bills, and it ain't got no concrete to it, it shouldn't be discussed. Honestly, why we talk about this stuff? Why you bring it up? It's not going to change nothing. It ain't going to make nobody better. And I believe that comes from when we hurt. You know, I heard somebody say, hurt people break people, or they hurt them. And
hurt people. Yeah. And that's crazy. I'm just like, wow. But I'm gonna ask you this, like, so when you're in a toxic relationship, and I'm asking you how do you handle this? But there's some of the behaviors that you know you're crossing the line, right? Because I've been reading up on this. Like any kind of abuse, be it physical, emotional, verbal, or financial, other signs are subtle, like they're there. So there's like multiple ways you can be abusive to each other, right? So for you, like when you hit that point when those kind of things are surfacing, I mean, what do you do to try to, what do you do to just not have that? I've learned to I don't want to say close it. Well, I learned to pull to myself. First of all, you got to shut everything and everyone out from around you, because sometimes you can't hear and think clearly with a lot of different things going on around you. That's what people coming in your ear, you know, stuff like that. Some people, to those that have relationships with God, I would say, you know, meditate, talk with God, see what God says, you know. To those that don't, still, it gets to a place where, and this would really help me, it gets to a place where you have to learn how to be secure in who you are. When you're secure in who you are and you know that you've done right by that person, you know you've done everything as a man to do, and a lot of times people are trying to discredit you because you can't do things on a level that they want you to do things on. Don't wow. In a man. You may be providing, paying bills, keeping a roof over their head, keeping food in the house, but they got a problem because you're not able to provide them with a Range or a Lex or a $1 million home. You got a decent home over their head, but it's not what they want. You know, and sometimes that in a sense kind of belittles a man that's not secure in who he is. And you got to get to a point that when you secure, you'll stand back and be like, I messed up. I messed up from the aspect that I love this person enough to accept them for who they are, but yet here it is, they don't accept me for where I'm at in life. So you either have to be able to get to a point where you can talk that out and come to an understanding, or you have to release that person from out of your life. Because don't nobody deserve to deal with no type of abuse, emotionally, financially, physically, verbally, you know, and people deal with it on a daily basis. People are dealing with it. You can see the expressions on people's face walking around, and people are really hurting. And the sad thing is that the further years go by and time goes about, you see the percentage rate in marriages and stuff is tremendously increasing. Why is that? Because now the new thing now is, you know, you want to be a modern woman, being a modern, and this is another thing I've been thinking about too. A big problem today with a lot of these relationships is, and can you hear me clearly? I want to make sure this is heard. I've been thinking about this for weeks now. This is what a big issue is. You have a lot of people that want to live a modern lifestyle, but the expectations that they put on their mate is from a traditional lifestyle. And the two don't match. You're going to either have a modern relationship or a traditional relationship. I've been watching and listening to a lot of single shows and people that's looking for, you know, dating stuff. And I just been listening to people and their expectations. And I've been hearing, yeah, I want a man that's 6 feet tall. I want a man that's making six figures and stuff like that. And that's your rights to want those things. That's your rights. But the thing is that what if you got a man that's 5'10", a little bit under 6 feet? Because a lot of these people that's asking for these 6 foot guys be like 5'3", 5'4".
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that'll make no sense.
I'm not saying it's not right to want what you want, but what if I put it this way? I'll go back to self again. It was a person I was interested in some years back, and I wasn't married, so go ahead and clear that up because I know this be nationwide. But so the thing is, it was a person I was interested in, had all the qualities that they wanted in a man. Respectful, everything, you know, got to cook, got my own business, everything. The thing is they was into tall men. I was taller than her. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hey, 6 feet, 5'8", but hey.
Oh man.
I mean, you know, but I'm just saying that to say, but the thing is, I'm secure in who I am. So my thing is this: when I'm learning not to look at it as a rejection in a sense. I'm learning it to look at it as their loss.
Right.
Because when you know what you're worth and what you bring to the table, you know your qualities and stuff, then you can look at it as though you're the gift. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You can look at it like that.
And people struggle with that. I even struggle with it. I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you, man, because you know, it's one of those things where you just kind of feel uneasy about life and where you at, and you know, and I think people don't realize when you ask for, it's almost like you see stuff in other people, but you try to bring that to the table in your relationship. And it's not about what you want, it's what's needed for your life. And that's kind of where I'm at now. I'm kind of like, okay, you know what? Nah, I'd rather go on about my business and just, you know, what do I need? You know, and another thing, you know, sometimes folks don't get this. Like I thought I wanted to do what I wanted to do when it came to God. Let me say this. I thought I can ride that fence in my whole entire life. And long as I felt I was giving God what I thought he should be cool with. Now listen to that. That sounds like a pimp, right? I'm sitting here like, God, now, come on, man. God, you know what? I preached today. You should be happy. Oh, God, I went to church today. You should be happy. Oh, hold up. Oh, God, I gave my tithes and offering. You should be happy. Like, you know, like you bartering with God or something. That's crazy. But anyway, so, man, you know, I lived like that my whole entire life. Well, now that I'm getting older, I show up to this church in Springfield, and the pastor said something so powerful for me and changed my whole life. He said, look, man, he said, I was living right, but I didn't want to do right. God told him, man, his career was set, Keith. He had it made. All he had to do was punch them tickets. But God wanted him to pastor a small church. And so he said, nah. And it was hell to pay. God like, okay, no problem. I just take my hedge of protection from around you. I don't do your thing. And then if you don't want to do what I put you here for, that's on you. And I'm starting to learn it. Now, one of the things that he taught me about, he said, oh, you was doing all this stuff. I said, but I thought I was doing God a favor. But now, Keith, I started to realize, man, in the last week or so, I had to really ask God to forgive me. Like I had to apologize as a man, because what I learned, I got to go all the way live with God. Like when I mean by that, man, you know what I'm saying? Like when I say that, it's going to be holiness or nothing, right? I was raised in a Church of God in Christ, and I was raised in a holiness environment. Don't get me wrong, I've been Baptist too, and it's not so much the denomination, but it's just, for me, those extremes I need. So the pastor, now that I'm at the church, I stay at the house with him, and they have me laughing. He asked me, he said, hey, man, he said, I'm about to set this alarm. Is there anything you would like to do before I, set the alarm? Now, Keith, it was probably some stuff I wanted to do, right? Gotta be real. Amen. No, you're in the house of, you're in the man of God's house and all that. Go sit down. See, and see, those truths I'm talking about. In relationships, which is why I'm bringing this up. We got to be careful when we talking about this love we're supposed to have for each other. And you said something powerful. Man, I want to be this modern woman or this loose dude. And I'm gonna do God the way I want to do God. But did you ever ask or think about your partner and what does that do for him or her? What's that going to do? Because what you might be prudent for you may not be prudent for that other person. And they're going to be on skid row. And here's one thing. My mom did something to prove this point. My dad was an alcoholic. And I've told people this. I don't hide it, man. Look, same. I've been there, done it. Man, I'm a binge drinker, right? If I start drinking, I'm going all the way. I'm got to tad up. So my mom used to say, Robert, you stop drinking. So he quit. But guess who didn't quit? She didn't. So he said, I'll never forget this. He said, Lou, he said, you told me to stop drinking. I thought you stopped too. So I don't drink. She said, I don't have an alcohol problem. You do. Huh? See? That's my point. See, no. I tell you what, you can have it. And so I'm glad you brought up what you brought up, man. You got to think about that. Like what we want in a relationship and what we need, that's two different things. And I think sometimes we just entice each other in relationships to do some dumb stuff, just straight stupid,
We're in a selfish generation, really. The reason I say that is because I had an opportunity to grow up in a household under my great-grandparents. So those things that I seen in their relationship that I idolized and that I held on to as I got older, as far as what I wanted in a relationship, even though it's been hard to achieve. And the reason I say that is because the average person now goes into a relationship thinking about what they can get out of it, more so than thinking about what can I do to add value or enhance this relationship.
Mm-hmm.
If you go into a relationship thinking about what you can do for that person and they come in thinking about what they can do for you, that can be a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
But when everybody already got their mindset on, oh shoot, I'm gonna milk this cow, I'm gonna get what I can get out of this nigga, or he going there and say, oh my God, I'm gonna tear her back out, boy, until when she get old, wrinkle and fall off, then I just had to dip and go find somebody else, or whatever the case may be, you know what I'm saying? Or I'm gonna milk him for whatever I can get out of him, and you know what I'm saying? And if the bank drop, I'm gonna go to another one, and it ain't like that, It should be where you coming together to build one another, I mean, it's like, regardless if you're making $50,000, if you're making $100,000, and the other person coming with their 100 or 30,000, whatever the case may be, why try to live just off of what this person doing drain and stress and break this person down just so you can move on because you done got what you wanted out of it instead of putting what you got together and y'all can have more together.
Yeah.
To me, that seems like, I mean, that don't even have to be scripture. That's general common sense. If you think about it, if we're working together and we're coming to, it's already hard enough for two people to come together to be on one accord because you got two complete different characteristics, lifestyles coming together, trying to form this bond of becoming one.
Wow.
But you know what I'm saying? But now here it is. And it goes back to what I was saying at first. You want to live a modern lifestyle. So, and the reason I say that, because now that, and I'm just going by the percentage, not saying that all women are like this. Not that I want to clarify that. Not saying that all that are like this, but the majority that I have been hearing lately is, I want to work. I want him to pay all the bills. I don't want to have to be coming home cooking, cleaning, this and that. I mean, well, what are you there for? Basically, you're an adult child, really. That's what it sounds like. I mean, because my thing is this. If I got it, and I've done it, I paid the bills, the bulk of the bills, and paid car notes and stuff like that. And I love to cook, so I never looked at being able to come home and have my, it'd be nice if I could come home and have dinner ready, but I never looked at that because that was an area that I knew how to do anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's what, like I said, my mom taught me when I was younger how to cook, how to separate clothes, do laundry and stuff like that, because she said it wasn't guaranteed that you was going to be married and have somebody there for you or that's going to take care of you. So I'm glad that my mom instilled those values in me that I know how to do those things. I can take it. I don't have to depend on nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But at the end of the day, that's what we were created for. You know what I'm saying? It's not that the man is just simply dominant over women. It's just once again, it's like a job. And everybody, my position doesn't mean I'm more greater than you. We just got different positions.
Right.
You play your position, I play mine.
Yeah.
Or we work in the same position, we coming together as one to still create something, you know? But this is just, I don't know, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, I was reading this quote by Dr. Jane Greer. She said this: if anyone in a relationship make you feel like no matter what you're doing, it always seems to be the wrong thing, that's a red flag. And that's so true. And it's like you said, we in a relationship. So how in the world can we can we work together, man? I mean, and it's look, these relationships, people don't want to own it, but man, we got multiple partners, physically, mentally, all of that. Even our heart can be somewhere else, and our minds, and you can be right there with that him or her, and that's that's sad when we just it just becomes a deal of now we want to blame each other and don't want to be honest about where we really are, right? Because we'll say, oh, there's no effort in this relationship, or I feel betrayed, or I don't feel no attachment, or I don't feel no passion for you, or it goes on, and I'm like, no. So we always got to find something wrong. So that's the first thing that I want to throw out there so me and you can talk about. Like,
I feel a big portion of that comes because they never detoxed themselves from their previous relationship.
Uh-oh. Say that again?
They never detoxed themselves from their previous relationship.
Yep.
It's one thing as a younger person, I've jumped out of relationships from one relationship to another. As I gotten older, I learned that I had to take at least 6 months to a year to myself just to gather myself back together from my, from my past relationships, because I said if I was going to enter another relationship, I didn't want to bring that mess, that basically that luggage in from the previous relationship. I wanted a whole new suitcase full of new luggage, new clothes, if I was coming into another relationship. And so and to each individual, they may know how long it takes from them to detox from their previous relationship, depending on the length of time that they were together, depending on how deep they allowed themselves to fall in love with that person. may determine the length of time that they need to have to detox from being with the person to move forward into being with the next person. So, that's and one big thing that I will say that help when you get to a place that you can be secure in who you are, and another thing too, and not depend on someone else for your happiness. Each individual is responsible for their own happiness. You need to learn how to enjoy yourself. I will go sit at a restaurant by myself and enjoy myself. I get on my phone and be playing a game on my phone and act like I'm dealing with some business. I go sit in a movie theater. I wait to during the daytime when people are working in school. I go to the movie theater and sit in there and act like I'm in my man cave or something. You got it's almost like fantasy. You got to learn how to enjoy yourself, because when you can enjoy yourself, then it can be that much more enjoyable with a person that you really get with, that you really like and that's really feeling you.
Right, and those things you just talked about. Those become support systems, because you're right. Like, I love fishing. I'm about to start hunting and all this crazy stuff. And I'm finding myself saying, nah, I don't want to spend my time being criticized. Like, I just don't. I'll tell you what I'd rather spend my time is learning who I really am in God, or as a man, and do that stuff you're talking about, and chill out and just just chill out. Because man, that if you don't have those things, you're torturing yourself. Like, you never get out and do stuff. So somebody was talking to me the other day, and they said, "Man, you always going somewhere. You always, yeah. I'm always having fun. I do." And especially recently, I'm like, no, I want to enjoy my life. I'm getting older. Like, I got less days ahead of me. So why I'm gonna sit up here and just be miserable? I don't want to do that. And so you're right. So I just say, nope. And then here's my next thing I'm gonna throw out here, which goes along with what you just said, right? If we don't do those things, then we strip away our self-esteem. And it's like somebody just picking you apart. And just like trying to find out, here's some criticizing statements, or they saying stuff on the sly, trying to be slick. Like, these are some things that it's an undertow. Like, you trying to figure out what was that about? Why you even had to say that? Or, here's some good ones. I don't know if you had dealt with this in your relationship. You minding your business, you're in a relationship, and then this stuff couples say to each other. Like, the man will say to his girlfriend or wife, whatever, "I don't like that dress," or she'll say, "Cut your hair," or I didn't like it, or like that. What's that? What you mean? What you mean that? You don't like? I don't like that. What is that? Like, or you wearing too much makeup or too much cologne, or why do you have to see your friends, or why do your friends, or see, that's when you're in trouble. Not in nitpicking.
And you find yourself losing yourself trying to please somebody else and be who they want you to be. It's been, man, I done got so daggone twisted up with, oh, you should let your hair grow. I like your curls in your hair. Oh, I like a person with their hair cut close. Why don't you grow your beard out? No, you look better with your goatee. You should have a clean face. So you find you're hearing these little things, and next thing you know, you got a half a beard, half a haircut. you done did everything trying to please this daggone person, and you done got lost.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it can be crazy. It's a roller coaster, man.
Yeah. And then you sitting up here, I don't even know no more. I'm like, I just go bald, man. I don't care. I don't know. Yeah, that's nuts. You know what? Even I had expressed this to somebody. Like, I'm a music guy, right? I'm a musician, right? So I love concerts. I like going to concerts. I like all genres of music, right? And just recently, me and this other person was talking about, hey man, so-and-so passed away, so-and-so passed away. So all the old music greats are passing, like, right? They dying, right? So I said, well, man, I'm trying to get it in where I can fit in as much as I possibly can, because I said, man, you never know. So I'm bringing this up. So I went to this concert in Iowa with Herbie Hancock, man. Herbie Hancock, and he had his boy horn player with him, and he had the old cats that on bass and guitar that's always been with him, and then he had a 24-year drum, right? So 82 years old, right? That cat was rocking it, right? He rocked it. But this is when I knew that, man, you better get a grip. Man, them folks in there, you know, now I'm not being prejudiced, people, but it was mainly Caucasian and Hispanics in it, right? And a few of us. But one thing I learned about them Caucasian people, man, and them Hispanics, a lot of them can't dance. They don't care. They don't, we the only ones trying to walk up in there like a pimp, you know? Hot style and profile.
Beat with everything and all of that.
All that, man.
They don't care. They'll be all off beat.
Yeah. Got heels on, that's elevator size, all that crazy. And man, them other cats, they got sandals and whatever. They don't care. And they just dancing and enjoy. I said, no. See?
And I tried my best not to laugh so hard. I seen a couple dancing fast to a slow song. I was like, what girl is this right here?
They don't care. They don't care, man.
You know, the thing is, at the end of the day, they were enjoying each other.
Yeah.
It was carrying on as though want to care in the world. Or it's something when you could be in a crowd and be with somebody to the point that the crowd don't even exist.
Yeah. They don't care. I said, okay, I got it. And I kept, and even recently, I've been going and stuff. Like even when I go fishing and stuff like that, I run into some cats and I ask them, hey, how you doing? And we get chopping it up. And then they're like, oh, I'm just rolling through. And I said, and doing what? Whatever I want to do. And then they got their woman with a man, and and she's just like, oh yeah, I don't care. I mean, they kill it. And I'm like, wow.
That's the key. The key is being able to live your life at your terms, how you want to. Because at the end of the day, you have to deal with the decisions of the consequences. You have to deal with the consequences of whatever come along with your choices. Good or bad. They can be bad, they can be good. But nobody has to deal with those things but you. So it's best that you live your life. The thing is, we don't realize that we lose the most valuable thing in life, and it's not money.
Right.
It's time. Because that's the one thing that we cannot get back. And we'll get so caught up into other people and trying to please other people and trying to do what other people expect of us, living according to their expectations. That time then flown past, and next thing you know, you're looking around like, hey, what the time done going at?
Yeah. And that's, you know, it kind of reminds me where there's clearly an imbalance of power in a relationship when it's like that. Like it's something imbalanced because, you know, like you said, we two different people, but we should be working together. It's like a merger. It's two companies coming together, man. Two companies, like
But if you don't learn the background of that company that you're merging with, your expectations is like you don't know what to expect.
Yeah,
you don't know what the history is. That's why it goes back to what we started off with, being an open book, putting it out there. Hey, these are the things I had issues with. These are the things I'm good in. Because at the end of the day, your partner, whether it's in business, whether it's in relationship, may complement the areas that you're weak in.
Yeah.
But you won't know if you don't put it out there. You get in a relationship and the girl would be like, oh, I can't cook. You know, instead of lying saying you can cook, and then you go home and you got boxed everything and or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And crackers and Vienna sausage and stuff, which I don't mind eating, but still. Hey, I try to keep those things because I don't like to forget where I came from. They good for when hard times hit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But still, at the end of the day, don't sit here and try to impress me like you this great cook and then you daggone looking around for the dog or something to slide the food to. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm good in that area. I don't mind cooking. Some days, if I'm too tired to cook, then hey, we can order out or go out or something. But still, but it comes with and one big thing. You heard a lot of women say this: communication, which they are right.
Yeah.
Some men, like I said, and once again, I won't say all. Some men lack when it comes to communication. So, it needs, a lot of things need to just simply be, a lot of things could have been avoided if communication was involved. A lot of things, a lot of marriages could have been saved. You know what I'm saying? A lot of heartaches could have been avoided if communication was involved.
Yeah, and it's really a form of self-care when you can, really just say, okay, you know what, I'm gonna communicate this, and I may need to just step back for a little bit and just take a break because I don't want to, because it don't do no good to say stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And then you still want to get this close quarter combat stuff, man. Nah, that is.
And let me put this out there because you just reminded me of something too. In communication, it has to be reciprocated. One talking while the other one is actually listening. Not one talking and the other one waiting to respond. To get their point across, not to respond to what you just shared with them. Because a lot of times in communication, a lot of times people already be on the defense and they're waiting for you to be quiet just so they can respond. They're not waiting to respond to what you're saying an issue is with you. They're waiting to respond because they're on the defensive end and they're ready to tell you more things about what you done wrong or what they don't like. You see what I'm saying? Instead of saying, oh, well, I didn't realize you saw it like that, or I didn't realize you felt that way, or, what is it that we can do to just change this around? Oh, no, you felt like that because you this and that, and you is always, pointing the finger at you instead of saying, all right, what can I do to make you feel, more better in this area, or you know what I'm saying? And it should be reciprocated. Same both ways,
Yeah, and I know you just said something. It's almost like I'm gonna see what you say, then if I feel like I need to, I'm gonna say something to fire on you.
Because they don't want to accept accountability.
Right. Yeah, that's low class. We shouldn't be doing that. That's why, again, that's my new mantra. If it ain't moving the needle, it ain't paying bills, man. It ain't pouring no concrete. Now, for you out there, you want to know what that is. Pouring concrete means that you got your life together, your retirement, all that stuff. You get to go. Your business is your everyday stuff, and moving needles means things that don't matter in life. Don't mess with it. It ain't even worth it, man. Because it's like, for what? Like, what? It's a waste of time. And what I'm learning too is that God will hand us things that needs to be or given to somebody else, and we're holding on to it because we're scared of what? We're afraid of what? I'm guilty of that, right? So now I'm at a point, no, I don't care. I ain't got nothing to lose. I'm good. And move on, man. I just want to enjoy life, man. And we got to get to that point where, you know what? It is what it is. I'm good. I just I'm shocked and appalled too. I'm seeing a lot of these young folks, like they don't. When we was coming up, we did things because we was hungry. And I'm gonna keep where I'm going with this, right? I didn't go fishing because I like fishing. When I came up, we went fishing because we was hungry, or we hunted because we was hungry, or we had a garden because we was hungry. We did things, everything pretty much. And when I was coming up, it had meaning. Like it had purpose. It had intent. And nowadays, it's like we done taught like these young cats. They don't even know why they're here on. They don't even know why they're on the planet. Even in relationships, it's like we in this relationship. What we in this relationship for? What we doing? When they just, I heard somebody tell me, which shocked me, but this guy said, "Yeah, I got married again," and I said, "Oh, wow!" And I thought he was gonna say because something meaningful, and he said, "Nah, man." He said, "I ain't had no retirement plan, so I just married her." And I said, "Whoa, are you?" I said, "Nah, I'm done. No, yeah, head."
We married somebody you think would die before him.
Yeah, Yeah, like what did he just said that
Wow.
out of his mouth? I'm like, no.
Goes back to motives. People jump in relationships because of motives.
Yeah. I said, you can have that, bro. And then he said, what about you? I said, oh, I'm good. I don't care. I said, but I'm not doing it for that reason. That is not gonna happen. Even when I tell people, look, I'm one and done. Now, when I say that, people be like, what do you mean by that? My point is, you said something earlier makes sense. I'm not gonna go into another relationship with somebody else, and I ain't got my stuff together.
Mm-hmm.
I still learn. Lessons learned. Okay, now when I do it, it's gonna make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't rushing. Can't do it. And now it's not to say I won't do it, but I got enough sense. If it didn't work before, you said this. We should learn. Okay. To me, it's not how many times you've been married. I think that's overrated. Like that has got nothing to do with it. I think if we all are honest, some of us just have been in relationships so long, we would have done the same thing. We've been, you know what I'm saying? Like nobody want to talk about that. Like I probably would have did that. I probably would have said, okay, next. And as you get older, you evolve, you learn. And when I hear people say, well, man, why'd you do that? Why'd you get married 2 times, 3 times? Because excuse my vernacular, I didn't know what the hell I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Nobody don't want to be honest with that. I ain't know what the hell. And matter of fact, I just told somebody this again. I said, man, somebody asked me, they said, well, in your relationship, did you ask God? No.
Mm-mm.
No. Did you pray about? No.
Honestly, I don't think I've read yet what he told us to ask him. I did read what he said, the man that go and find him.
And you know what? You got to know what you're finding too. It's something we don't know what we're finding, man. We find it.
Yeah, that's the key. You got to know.
Titties, all that. We finding all that other stuff. Not we, man. And church folks, and nothing against all y'all church, right? You know, because I'm a church guy too. But doggone, man, the lies we tell. Instead of just being honest, you want to get all deep in wonderful. I said about speaking in tongues and only God and the devil know. And then you want to raise your hands and all that. No. If I asked you, did that relationship, did it make sense? Right? And instead of you just being honest, say, no, it ain't make no sense. Right? It didn't make no sense. Yesterday, Keith, I ran into this couple yesterday, and they said, oh, how you doing? And what you doing? And they all, wait, check it out. They living some Jesus, God, and all this, getting all deep, wonderful with me, all that. Like they taking me to church. I said, okay. I see him the next morning, and man, I smelled some hood rat coming out of somebody. It wasn't right, Keith. I said, wait a minute, hold up. Now wait a minute. Y'all was praise God over him. He's my and God brought him, and this stuff we love each. It ain't even 24 hours, man. It's maybe 6, 7. Y'all at it already? I said, I'm done. See how we do, Keith? And then we don't want to be honest, man. It's just, so that's why I brought that up. Like, people need to, like you said, you got to communicate, like, what's for real. Like, just say it. Like, man, you know what? I probably jacked that up, or, man, that didn't make no sense, or, you know what? I don't know. And then sit down and tell people the truth. My son said something to me that really just got to me. He said, Dad, you know what? It's funny. He said, man, I hate going to these men's conferences and these couples things and all that. I said, whoa, why? He said, because they be lying. He said, we be in these church retreat stuff, and then they want to, just make it go away and praise Jesus and all that, and hold hands and blow out 3 candles and go flush the toilet 4 times and jump over the benches.
I dealt with all that earlier in my lifetime. That's why I dealt with that years earlier. That's why I don't want to say I stay away. I'll go to church. I go visit. I'm still a believer in Jesus Christ. It's just that I got away from all the religious scenes, because I believe that it's a personal relationship. You know what I'm saying? And I always tell people this. I say, just like you as a human parent may have multiple children, you deal, even though you may deal with them differently, you love all of them the same. You deal with them differently because you know they have different characteristics. Same thing God does with us. So you can't put on me what God has on you. You can't say you're a heathen or you're going to hell because you don't this and that go to church. You know what I'm saying? Because that's we the people are the church. And I'm not saying this, you know, for the discouraged folks from going to church, but I look at church as like a gas station. So you need to know what type of car you are, because some cars require fueling more than others.
Right.
Some cars can only handle premium, some can handle unleaded, some super, or whatever the case may be. But that's between you and God. You need to know yourself and where you're at. You know, like I say, forsake not the fellowship. That's the simple thing that we're going for: the gathering, the fellowship, the uplift, the encourage, so we can be fueled up to make it throughout the next week. Not for building funds, not for all this other kind of stuff, not for the be told what we need to be done in our marriage. Because at the end of the day, if you establish a relationship with God, you will learn what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
If you establish a relationship with God, you already know that you're blessed and you're going to be blessed. I don't have to buy a handkerchief from you or get some water that you got from off the car in the bottle and sprinkle and all that to be blessed. God already prepared me to be blessed. You know what I'm saying?
What you say?
Yeah, you're paying building funds for a building you ain't seen yet. You know, hopefully your grandchild or somebody see it. But
wow.
But yeah, I mean, and I've been through all of that. You know, the love offerings and all this other kind of stuff that they rape and rob you for. You know, and people, you can take it however they want to take it. But at the end of the day, man, the truth of the matter is churches are hurting a lot of more people than it is helping. Because the ministry starts at home, and I'm constantly being pulled to be at church for this event, for that, for this rehearsal, for that practice. If I'm working 5, 6, 7 days a week, and then I got to come home and go straight to the church, where's the ministry beginning at home?
Wow.
I'm trying to minister to my wife, to my kids, to my family, to myself. When does that time kick in at?
Wow.
You know, and so, I mean, we really need to stop playing games with people and teach people how to establish a personal relationship themselves with God.
Wow.
And how to learn to love the way God desired us to love. How to have faith according to God's word. Because it says it's given to man different, you know, there are different measures of faith, different levels. So everybody don't have that same level of faith. So don't discredit this person because they may not can give as much as this other person can. They may can't give, but their faith level isn't there. But the minute you call $1,000 contributing line, you done daggone lost a lot of people right there, because now they're burdened with the fact that they love God so much. That's one of the deepest things that hurt me when I first got to church. The love I had for God, I ain't gonna say had, I still have love for God strongly. But one of the most discouraging things was that when I was in the streets making money, and I got involved in church, and I wasn't making money at the time no more. I fell off, came to church, basically broke. And they started calling these lines $100 line to this and that. And I'm sitting here looking at the money I used to have serving the devil. And now here it is, I'm serving God, and I don't have the money to give him. And then you're seeing the people get up with their chests out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These, you know what I'm saying? Do you know how that make, you know what I'm saying? I thought that was something that's supposed to have been done in secret. And it's still on the topic of relationship, because they rather establish a relationship with the pastor than having a personal relationship with God and getting to learn God and letting God direct them instead of the pastor directing them. That was done the way in the Old Testament when you had to go to the Pope or the priest. You see what I'm saying? That was the Jesus coming for the veil being torn, so we have access to God on our own. So why are people still relying more on the pastors, the more on one of my marriages I got, and me and my kid's wife, we're good friends. But I will say this. I always said that marriage was more of an arrangement, because at the time I wasn't as close with God, and people prophesied saying that that's who I was supposed to marry.
Wow.
And because our love for God and wanting to do what was right, we married. because we thought that we was honoring God. We was friends, and now we're still friends. But the thing is that I wasn't the man that found her for wife. I knew I wasn't the type of man that she wanted. She was into more of the athletic type dudes, which you can clearly see that ain't me. You know, I was more into the LL Cool J type girls, the around the way girls. And, you know, throwing a cap, some jeans, have her hair hanging out, and look fly. But still, if we went out somewhere, she can dress up and still look just as good. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but that was something I had to grow into, something I had to learn throughout years. But there were some hardships and times that probably could have been avoided if someone wasn't selfishly about how they was leading people. Or, you know, I only want to say that because sometimes a lot of people doing things out of ignorance and not aware. They think they actually think they're right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but that's another topic right there. You know what I'm saying? As far as too in depth with this church stuff, because that, I mean, you can say that you get kind of emotional about that because a lot of my life was dictated behind following church folks.
Woo! Uh-oh.
Instead of following God.
Uh-oh.
And so now it's kind of like a personal chip right now. That's why I tell people now, a lot of pastors, truthfully, you say this nationwide, we're talking on?
Yeah.
A lot of pastors are actually motivational speakers if they ain't preaching and teaching about the kingdom. Truth of the matter.
And you know what? You're right. And we're gonna talk about that because that's gonna be something we're gonna talk about on our next segment because it's true. And it's, you know, our time is up, but I will say this, man. You're right. A lot of us, man, we listening to folks, man, and we just not getting it. Like, where's God in all of this, man? It ain't.
He has to be involved.
Right. Like, where is he at? Like, just because you got your Bible and you look like, you know, you got a title and all that. And nah, man. And I'm with you on that. Right now, I'm in that phase in my life where I'm struggling with that. I told the pastor that I'm with now, him and his wife, they said, well, when you come, you know, you're going to be okay. I said, I just want to be the janitor. I don't, And that's what I do. I don't need to do all that stuff, man. Been there and done all that. I'm just enjoy God, man. I ain't got time. I just want God, man.
A competition of the titles.
Right. I don't need all that. Well, people, our time is up. And this is Bobby Concrete, and I'm with Keith the Wonder Boy. Keith, y'all didn't know Keith can sing, man. Keith can.
Maybe if you listen to me while I'm in the shower.
Yeah. Keith, when he keep coming, that's what we call Keith the Wonder Boy. Because, man, he's a wonder. Yeah, he got, he got it, man. But that's, you know, next segment, he gonna sing, he gonna sing for us. And then he gonna start us off with a word of prayer and a song. He gonna give a song. Keep like, no, I'm not.
I got him with the prayer part. I'll let you deal with the praise and worship.
No, I'm not. All right, we're signing off. Keith, we'll be back next week, and you better believe, he's just getting warmed up. He's about to go there. We know what we're talking about next week, Keith. We're gonna talk about that. Yeah, don't y'all get offended? I'm sorry. Just too bad. Too bad. All right, love you. See ya.
Bye.
It was not your fault. It was out of your control. You didn't know it was going to happen. You can't blame yourself. You are strong. You are powerful. You are a survivor. You will make it. And I know it hurts. And it's gonna hurt. And it's gonna hurt some more. But with that pain, turn it into triumph. Don't let it ruin the rest of your life. Don't let it be a burden. Make the best of what you have and survive.
Welcome to Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green. I'm here today dropping pearls of true wisdom, giving you the tools that you would need to live a victorious life. I'm so excited that you tuned in today, and I'm excited about this topic for today. It's wisdom and happiness in difficult times. Now, I know you're saying happiness in difficult times. Now, that's going to be hard, right? That's going to be hard. How can you be happy in difficult times? Well, that's what we're going to talk about. So let me share with you at this time. One of the things I want to share with you that I know, number one, that is difficult. It's very difficult, but you know, it can be done. We can learn it from the precepts and examples in the Word of God. And we can learn to be happy no matter what we face, no matter what difficult situations we face in life. It does not matter, because you can overcome and bounce back and be happy. When we look in the book of Philippians in chapter 1, God's word teaches us about happiness and how we can be happy in those difficult times. And that's what we're going to share with you today in the book coming from Philippians. You know, I know it's very difficult, as I said, you know, because this world has just gone crazy. You know, we've been through a lot, you know, all the way from the pandemic that we faced, we've sheltered in, systemic racism, the senseless murder of Black males, and then all around the world, even now, people are facing difficult situations and the murder of young kids and family members in Ukraine. And then, you know, we've lost jobs even during the COVID. Even now, some of us have lost jobs. We've lost our companies. You know, we lost our home, lost our wealth. Some of us have even lost our loved ones in death and families during this time. And you may wonder, how in the world can anybody be happy no matter what when things happen in your life? Well, let's look at Philippians. Let's see Philippians. In Philippians, we'll see here where the Bible talks about how we can be positive because he wrote the whole book, Paul did, on happiness. He was happy, you know, he learned how to be happy for the circumstances and situations that he went through in the Bible. So we can learn how to be happy with the skills and the tools that the Philippians book taught us. Paul was determined, I believe, when he wrote this book, because he went through so many things, and we're going to talk about it and share with you a few moments later. But he was positive despite of what he was going through. You know, he wrote the book. He was in prison during that time, you know, in the Roman army, you know, in prison, in a dungeon, the word of God says. And did you know he was chained to a guard 24 hours a day? And Paul was determined no matter what, he was going to be happy. Now, think about that. You've been chained with a guard for 24 hours. But you know, God, you know, I think God worked that out for the good. And we're going to talk about that too. And also in Philippians chapter 1:27, it reminds us and tells us, it says, no matter what we go through, no matter what happened, we need to keep a good conduct ourselves in a manner that is worthy of the good news of Jesus Christ. So we can do this if we just want to do it. But if you don't want to do it, guess what? You won't do it. You know, so but when we're going through those difficult times, the first thing most of us do is get mad and we feel sorry for ourselves. Have you been there? I know I have. You know, things going on in my life even now, and sometimes I get a little bit disappointed, but I always try to bounce back, you know, from that feeling, that negative feeling that we all feel sometimes. So you can do the same thing. You know, stop feeling sorry for yourself, you know. And then the second thing we do, then we start thinking about all the negative stuff that happened to us years ago, months ago, weeks ago. And then we have a nerve to start writing it down in our head, you know, and having a long list of why we're going through or what we went through. And now we're going through some of the same thing, or we're going through something worse. And so we need to stop that. You know, we need to stop that. I know how you feel. You know, I've done that, and I got the t-shirt. You know, even just as early as last week, I was, you know, disappointed about some things, and I was worried about the problems. I felt pressure of life. You know, I felt the pain of defeat, you know, because I felt like, oh God, this didn't happen again. What can I do? You know, feeling sorry for myself. And then I started thinking about those sandpaper people, you know, the sandpaper people that rub you the wrong way, the one that you want to really just do something to, or one you want to just really bless out, but you know, it wouldn't be real churchy, right? It wouldn't be a Christian-like thing to do. So you just sit there and you let them just rub you the wrong way, and you just want to say, Lord, if I could just open up my mouth and really say what I want to say right now, maybe I feel better. But those type of people can really, really rub you the wrong way. And then you have those joy killers, the kind that when you have something exciting that you want to tell somebody that God has called you to do, or some kind of project that you're getting ready to work on, and then you tell somebody that you think going to support you, and they just crush your dreams. First thing they tell you, you can't do that. What makes you think you can do that? I remember years ago when I was young in Christ, and I was praying to God for some things to do and with my life, and I wanted to open up a daycare center because I didn't like the daycares in that area that I was in, because they weren't quality centers. And so I began to pray, and God spoke to my heart to open up a daycare on my own. And so I quit my job. And I remember a lot of joy killers was telling me, why in the world would you quit your job and go and try to open up a daycare? You don't have any experience. You didn't go to school for that. And, it was just joy killers everywhere. My cousins, family members, people on my job. They say, girl, you got a good job. You're working for the city treasurer, your secretary, you got your own office, and people just couldn't figure it out. But I heard God's voice, and I kept pressing forth, and the rest is history. I did open up that daycare, and we had the daycare for 25 years, and God is really, really blessed. And so you can do the same. Don't let those joy killers come and upset you and upset your peace. Just keep moving forward no matter what it looks like. And when we come up against those difficult situations in life, you have two choices. You can either choose to be happy, or you can choose to be sad. Now, which one are you going to choose? You can let me say it again. You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be sad. The choice is yours. And you know what? It is not based on the circumstances. It's not based on what you're going through. It is based on your choice and your choice only. Yeah, I know sometimes we get up in the morning on the wrong side of the bed, but you got up because you wanted to be on the wrong side of the bed. All you need to do is get back on the right side of the bed and decide that this is going to be a great day. Look in the mirror and say it to yourself. This is going to be a great day no matter what I'm going through. The devil is a liar. You need to tell the devil, not today, devil. I'm up and I'm going to do whatever I got to do, no matter what it looks like, no matter how much pressure I'm facing on today, I'm going to do it. And then you need to just stop blaming other people for your unhappiness, regardless of the pain, regardless of the depression, regardless of the stress. You've got to stay focused and determined that you have a great day. And another thing we need to stop doing, we need to stop doing the when and the then thing, the when and the then, the when and then. I'll be happy when I get a good job. I'll be happy when I get a new house. I'll be happy when I get a degree. I'll be happy when I get married. I'll be happy when I lose weight. I'll be happy when I have more money. I'll be happy when I retire. We constantly say that over and over again. But no, you can't wait on those things to happen. You got to be happy right now so those things can be activated in your life. But the truth is that if we don't make a choice to be happy, you're going to deliberately be sad and confused in your decision making by blaming other people for your unhappiness for the rest of your life. So you need to get off that roller coaster right now and decide, I'm going to be happy. Just like Paul went through so many things, but he stayed focused. He stayed focused, although he spent 4 years in jail. He spent 2 years in Caesarea on false charges. Can you imagine being in prison on false charges? And then after that, he was shipwrecked while he was selling to go to Rome for another trial with Nero, who was the Caesar at that time. And then after that, the shipwreck, he was stranded on an island. And on that island, he was bitten by a poisonous snake. Can you imagine that? Then finally, when he got to Rome, he was put in prison again for 2 years and thrown back into a dark dungeon again, chained to a guard for 24 hours a day. And you know, Paul had every reason to be unhappy. He had every reason to be resentful and depressed, but he kept going. He could have had those tears and fears that I tell all of you when I leave the broadcast. We ain't got time for no tears and fears. Paul didn't have no time for no tears and fears. All he did, he had time to give God praise, because what they didn't know, when he was chained with those guards for 24 hours a day, he was telling them about Jesus. And in the research, they said that Pharaoh's family came to the Lord because of what Paul did. So what they meant for evil, God turned around for the good. Although he was in that dungeon, he wrote almost 75% of the New Testament. See, the devil thought he had him, but he got away. Amen. So God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. And right now we're going to go to break. It's time for break. But when we return from breaks, we're going to share with you some wisdom tips. So stay tuned and come back. And please share this episode. Share it with a friend, and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification buttons. And we'll be right back right after this message.
My Father, I know you. You keep me safe. You keep me warm. You teach me tenderness. In the morning, I feel your joy. I look up to you. I gaze unto you as the sun. In every small thing, I see you. And for every small thing, you teach me to give thanks.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, please share this episode with a friend today. Today's topic is wisdom and happiness in difficult times. So please, again, if you're just joining us, share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. I would certainly appreciate it. Okay, now in Matthew's chapter 5, I want to give you an example before we go through to the wisdom tips. There are 9 instances in the Bible that uses the word bless to mean happiness. So in Matthew chapter 5, 3 and 11, I'm just going to read a few of the verses. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they should be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they should inherit the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they should be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they should obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they should see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they should be called the children of God. And blessed are they which persecute for righteous sake, for theirs is the kingdom of God. And one more. Blessed are ye when men shall revive you and say all manner of evil against you and persecute you. For it says, and should say all manner of evil against you falsely, for my sake. So what point is I'm trying to get to? The point is telling you this is to get you to understand that true happiness is not always achieved through emotionalism. True happiness come through the wisdom of God and through the actions of blessed living. Before I let you go, let me share with you this week's tips. Tip number 1, remember the good times, no matter how devastating the circumstances are. The good, the bad, and the ugly. God will work it out for your good if you love him and are called according to his purpose. In Romans 8:28, let's read the scripture. It says, and we know that all things work together for the good of them that love God, to them that are called according to his purpose. All right, you got that? Tip 2, look from God's perspective. Look from God's perspective, not in your own perspective, because sometimes our perspective could be shaded because we're too close up. Know that God has a master plan, that he planned for your life to work everything out in your favor. Leave the details to God while you enjoy your journey. Number 3, bless the Lord at all times. In other words, keep a praise on your lip. Praise him when you get up. Praise him when you lay down. Praise him when you're driving your car. Praise him on your job. Praise him that you got food to eat. Keep on giving God praise. Keep it on your lip. David says, I will bless the Lord at all times, and his praise shall continually be on my mouth. That is in Psalms 34:1. Number 4, have an attitude of gratitude. What do you mean by that? Constantly praising God, blessing him, magnifying him, exalting him, searching for him in prayer and Holy Communion. Always letting him be in your life in conversations and decision making. Number 5, build up your most holy faith. Oh yeah, exercise those faith muscles. The more we believe God and the more faith we will have, there is nothing that you can't believe God for. Exercise your faith and trust in God. Number 6, stay away from negativity. Get away from negative talk. Get away from them negative people, them sand people, them joy killers. Get away from them. Depart from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. Let me say that again. Depart from evil. Do good. Seek peace and pursue it. In other words, go after it with all your might. Look at Psalms 34:14 in your study. And number 7, be determined. I can't say that enough, because see, when we get depressed and we get distressed and distraught, we often get so down in our spirit that you don't even see no determination. But I want you to be resilient no matter what it is, no matter how hard it is. If we believe in God, it's another scripture says, count it all joy when you fall into diverse temptation, knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience, and let your patience be her perfect work in you. And do not doubt, because you don't want to be a man tossed to and fro with every wind of doctrine. Because if you do that and you don't have good faith and your faith is shaky, God said that he won't bless us and he will not answer that prayer if you're unstable in your mind. So be resilient. Have a great personal relationship with God. Cry to God in communication and prayer with your whole heart, and he will hear you, and he will deliver you from all your troubles, through every test, through every trial in your life. Keep believing in God. Don't believe the circumstances and the situation that may happen to you. You got to trust God. And yeah, it may be happening, and we're not going to be happy about the situation, but we're going to believe God, because he's sovereign. He knows exactly how we're going to come out. And I believe we're going to win every time when we have the hand of God resting upon us. Keep trusting God, and he will bring every thought and everything into your life that needs to be brought in a positive way. Even though you go through everything like disappointment and devastating situations, we've got to trust God no matter what. As a matter of fact, when we go through all those things, God is trying to tell us something. He's trying to mold us and break us in his own way, where he's trying to break up some stuff so he can create some greater things in your life. So when you have circumstances and situations and devastation events that's happening in your life, know God is in the background working something good in your favor. All right. And declare the word of God. Declare with all your heart. The word of God said, many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord will deliver them out of all their troubles. Are you excited about the tips today? I know I am. I'm excited. I hope you enjoyed this broadcast. And it's time for us to go right now, which we've got to go. But I want you to remember that we are here every Thursday at the same time at 7 o'clock. So don't forget to tune in next week, same time, same station, and be sure to click like. Be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel and hit the notification buttons and tell somebody about Wisdom Tips so we can get other people involved in seeing this awesome program that God has given to us. And I'm so glad I'm here to share with these things with you today, and I hope you enjoy. So remember, we ain't got no time for tears and fears. Wisdom is the principal thing, and in all that getting, get an understanding. Love you guys. See you next week.
Go live. I hope everybody's doing good. Happy Thursday, everybody. Thursday after Thanksgiving. I didn't see you guys last week. It's great seeing you this week. Hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. Remembered all the things that you have to be grateful and thankful for. And as we go into what is going to be our last month of the year, that's hard to believe, December 1st already. But we're there. And hey, we are approaching, like I said, the end of the year and an opportunity to go out powerful and determined to make the next year even better than what we may have seen this year. So, as I promised some months back, I'm going to continue to give you some ammunition to have you start the year on fire. That's my goal. And so we're steadily talking about reinvention. And some weeks back, I thought about kind of a recurring theme, recurring things that I have been hearing and seeing and even feeling myself. And this word just kept sticking out to me. And that word is exodus. So many of us need to flee. So many of us need a way out of so many of the things that have been holding us back mentally, physically, emotionally. It's all in mental, just personal development type things that we really need to focus in on. And it has really been a theme that has occurred so often and has really pressed into my spirit so much that it prompted me to launch an entire podcast series that's going to be entitled Exodus. It is time to break free. And I know that seems like a strange theme for the Christmas season, right? Or for the end of the year. But there are so many of us that need to do just that. It's time to break free from some of these strongholds, from some of these things that have been holding us hostage, keeping us in a box, keeping us from thinking outside of the box and knowing some of the things that we can expand on to be greater, to be more powerful, to be healthier, to be better in a better mental place. So for that reason, I decided to launch Exodus, and I'll tell you some more about that in just a second. But tonight, again, we're talking about it's time to break free. And it is. It's time to break free of those things that we talk about so often that truly do hold us back. And all of this that I'm talking about tonight is as we gear up for this Exodus podcast. So, first of all, before I go any further, I will say that podcast series is going to happen the week of December 9th. So, stay tuned because I have some powerful reinforcement coming in during the first 3 days of that week to really focus in on this Exodus and to help us to break free. Because it's time, y'all. It's time. So there's some things that we have to understand. I'm talking about breaking free. Breaking free of what? And one word comes to mind when I think about that: chains. You know, many of us feel so trapped in life, and we feel trapped in a life that doesn't really feel entirely our own. And I talk about that all the time because we're so focused on perhaps doing things for others or doing just what we need to do to get by, right? Just what we need to survive, whether it may be a job that drains us or relationships that don't fulfill us or, habits that keep us from being our best, that keep us from growing. We all know the feeling of just being stuck. And being stuck is not a pretty place or a pretty feeling or a good thing to feel, right? You know, I can recall so many instances in life where I was just stuck. Yeah, one of them did deal with career and trying to figure out, I know right out of college it was my major is this, but I'm not doing anything in my major. I'm starting to feel my way. And in feeling my way to find the career that I really wanted to, there were so many instances where I was stuck that I really felt as though there was no way for me to be pulled out. And if you don't watch it when you get to that point, you will just kind of acquiesce and just feel as though I'm here. Let me just stay here. You don't really want to find out what else is out there that may be outside of this block that you put yourself in. And being stuck, it's a vicious cycle. You often try to get unstuck and only end up sticking yourself in further, right? If you don't do the right things to focus on all of the elements that go into you being in this stuck place. So I know what it feels like to be stuck. And trust me, there are times, even though I know that there are methods and there are things that I've helped people to coach through and to go through and things that I've studied that will help you to become unstuck. That doesn't necessarily mean that you always remember to do those things for yourself, right? I'm preaching to myself now because I don't always remember to do those things that will get me unstuck. And if you're anything like me and you need a refresher, just hang in there with me because we have the cavalry on the way and we're going to work on getting past those points of being in that quicksand that we have in many instances feel as though it's supposed to be our permanent home. Well, I'm here to tell you tonight, quicksand is not your domicile. It's not your place to live. All right. So even though we feel stuck, I want to give you some hope. All right. For those of you who just feel like you're never going to move past where you are, you're never going to be in that job that you really want. You're never going to have that relationship, that house. The finances aren't ever going to be right. A huge part of us moving from the stuck place and actually getting to some of those things that we want is making sure that we have the right mindset. So imagine if you could just step out of those shadows, the shadows of all of the things that seem to be haunting you, those things that you really want to get past, those things that you really want to put behind you. Those are the things that you are able to do if you really focus in on where I'm talking about breaking free from, and that's breaking free mind, body, and spirit. So first of all, let's talk about the power, all right, of breaking free. I already talked about, being stuck and feeling like you're in chains. Well, now we're going to talk about the power of breaking free. Our minds, just like I said a few minutes ago, our minds can be our biggest prisons or our greatest liberators. It's up to us, depending on how we program our minds to work, right? On how we work on our minds so that we can break free from those things that seem to be kind of holding us down. And breaking free basically means one predominant thing, and that is getting rid of, squashing, eradicating those self-limiting beliefs and fears. You know, those things that kind of hang out on your shoulder. I have a girlfriend who says, you know, they kind of sit on my earlobe and dangle on my earring so that they can get closest to my ear and just whisper all of those things of gloom and doom to me. I know I'm not the only one who goes through that. I can't see you, but I know that this resonates with a number of people. So getting rid of those, getting past that, is really your first step in transforming to be what you want, or to be where you want, and to do what you want to do. So breaking free of those limiting beliefs are the first step in doing that. So not only are we talking about the importance of eradicating those self-limiting beliefs, you know, that mindset, we're also talking about the importance of ensuring that our bodies, which are our homes that house everything, right? What we feel, what we think, what we can do, how we react, what it is that we're capable of moving on. Really, our bodies are that home that houses all of that stuff. So it's important to make sure that in addition to our mind, our bodies are straight too, because we can't break free from anything thinking we're going to break through mentally and not be able to break through physically. One feeds into the other. So it means that we have to really focus on not ignoring the signs that our bodies may be giving us that we really aren't operating at our optimal level. And one way to make sure that we're tapping into our bodies is to ensure that whatever is not working properly, we find out what that is and then find the best means to correcting that. So breaking free means we have to focus on breaking the chains here, and we have to focus on whatever is constricting us and keeping us unhealthy in the rest of us. And all of this right here is your core for transformation. Your core, everything that you want to do, all the reinvention that you want to take place, you have got to have this core straight in order to do that. So those are the things that we're talking about when we're talking about Exodus and breaking free, making sure that we have our mind straight, making sure that we have our body straight, and making sure that our hearts are straight. What are we harboring? What is it that we're harboring that is really hindering us? Past failures that are hindering us. What about disappointments in people? Disappointments in things that we really knew were going to be our breakthroughs and just didn't make it. Disappointment in investments that we've made. Disappointments in just any area of life, period. How many of us are harboring ill will because of some of these disappointments, because of people who have disappointed us? How many of us have disappointed ourselves and we are not extending ourselves the grace that's needed so that we know that it's okay if we mess up, we have an opportunity to do things over again. The grace that's needed so that we can learn from those mistakes and reinvent and move into an area where we can definitely prosper. I always say embrace the journey. Embrace those things that you've gone through because they've all been there for a reason, right? If for nothing else than to tell us we don't need to go that way again. It's a lesson that we've learned and a valuable one that's going to help us to plow forward, to continue in the direction that we need to go. So we have to make sure that our bodies, our minds, and our soul is at the core of what we think, of course, what we believe, and who we are. It's our heart that really makes us the people that we are, and that really we need to tune into so that we can tap into what our purpose really is, what our passions really are. If we listen and focus in on those things, we'll be able to understand them. Make sure that we work on making sure that they're in alignment with what they need to be in alignment with, so that they can all work together to bring about the results that we want. When we align our lives with our soul's purpose, we don't just exist. I always talk about pursuing purpose and the power of pursuing that, and understanding that when you tie into that, you don't just exist. That is when you get that life that thrives, one in which you are not in a mediocre state, one in which you are not just treading water, all right, to keep yourselves above at breathing level, but one in which you're actually flourishing, blooming, and moving into what you want to be and where it is that you want to go. It's about finding out what makes us tick, what makes us happy, what makes us sing. There's an exercise that we do that talks about what is it that makes your heart sing. And we go through all of the things. When I say we, I mean when I work with my clients, we go through all the things that bring us joy. Because you know what? It's some of those things that definitely tie in, if not all of them, that really tie into our purpose and really tie into what we need to do and what we need to pursue to break free from the chains that are holding us. So, what we need to do to break free, we need to get our minds, we need to get our bodies, and we need to get our souls right. I've been doing conferences on reinvention and journey sharing, and there's been a recurring theme across all of them, and all of them have dealt with these three things that really need to get straight, that need to be healthy, and to get into alignment. So that is what we focus on. Those are the things you need to do. Get rid of the limiting beliefs. Ensure that you are working so that your body is operating in optimal shape, right? So that you can be supported, so that this body can support those things that you desire to do as you move through life. And also making sure that your soul is right, that you're tuning into your heart and your purpose, and your heart's in the right place, and you're not harboring things like unforgiveness, and you're not focusing on past failures, and making sure that in all you do that you're extending yourself grace. So Exodus, it's time to break free. Focus on those things just a bit. But I want you to really come back and join me in a couple of weeks when we do the Exodus series. I have Melissa Brown, who is known as the Soul Love Coach, who is my life coach and who has just helped me to navigate some really dangerous and tricky waters to be able to understand what soul ties mean, what wounds mean, what it is that you need to do to ensure that your soul is in the right place. You do not want to miss her as one of my podcast guests for Exodus. Another guest, Dr. Tabitha Russell, who is the Millionaire Mindset Mogul. She's going to get our minds right. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Melissa also talks deeply about making sure that our mindset is straight. But Dr. Tabitha is going to deal with us on how we think about our finances, because it's time for us to break free of what we think we can't do because of what we see as limiting finances, or where things may not be where we want them right now. There is a whole methodology and a whole science behind getting your mind mentally straight and getting that financial mindset that you need to be that millionaire mogul that you really can be. She's going to be with us and talk to us about our mindset around money, plus some other things. And then I have Dr. Michelle Johnson, who talks about how food is our real medicine. She puts biblical principles behind it. She is a doctor, a bariatric doctor who has studied this intensely and who brings such knowledge and expertise to this field. And you would be amazed at how we can heal our bodies by what it is that we put in them and how it is that we look at our diet, how it is we look at our bodies and what it is we feed to our bodies. So again, Exodus, y'all, it's time to break free. And I'm helping. The month of December, in 2 weeks, you want to be here for the podcast. It's going to be broadcasting live via Thought for Thursday, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and I'll finish things off on Thursday. So we have a 4-night series that I'm so excited about, and you don't want to miss it. It will be 8 o'clock each night. And watch out for my social media. And if you're on my mailing list, and if not, you want to get on my mailing list. So make sure that you DM me so I can get you on there so that you will have the inside scoop on and get it first to find out exactly how these lineups are coming. All right. So it took a little longer, but I really focused in on a topic that has been near and dear to me and something that's been resonating for a few weeks now. It is time for us to break free. Exodus, it's time to break the chains. Let's focus on doing that as we break into what it is that we want to do, where it is that we want to be when we start 2024. All right? That's it, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. It looks like my internet connection even held up tonight. Thank God. I've been having real trouble with that. But listen, I want you all to go out and be boldly yourselves because you are needed just the way you are. Your touch is needed to make a difference somewhere. Make a difference in your life. Make a difference in the lives of others. I want you to know that you are worthy of being happy, that you are worthy of good things happening to you. Somewhere along the line, life has really started to press on us, and many of us feel as though we're not even worthy of better. You're worthy of better because God says so. He made you fearfully and wonderfully to do awesome things. But that thumbprint that he gave you that's unique, that no one else has, that only you have, go out and touch something with it. Join me back here next week. And of course, definitely join me for Exodus in 3 weeks. I'm sorry, in 2 weeks, the week of December 9th. That's it. You guys have a great weekend. Get your R's in. Rest, restore, reinvigorate, relax, all those things. Make sure you make time for that. All right? Have a great one.
You don't always get to choose in this life, win and lose in this life. But I'ma prove in this life, we can move in this life. Can't change up, my team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, yeah. Is everyone down for the mission? Everyone down for the mission? Is everyone down for the mission? We had a dream and we'll get it. We had a dream and we'll get it. Can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, yeah. Do you believe in who's next to you, even when doubt has been tested? Yeah. Do you keep an S on your chest? Do you think somebody will rescue you? Yeah. Well, I learned a lesson and I want to spread it. I promise this one is recession proof. Get a team you respect, keep your cards near your chest, and that's how you'll make it through. Can't change up, my team too real, so we stay up. Yeah, this is our year, can't change up. My team too real, so we stay up.
Book Authority's best new podcasting book winner, which is Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, for her book, The Power of Podcasting, Unlocking Tips and Strategies for Podcasting Success. This book is your podcasting coach in a book. She is sharing so many strategies. This book reached #1 twice on Amazon for new release and best-selling book. So go ahead to ctrmedianetwork.com to purchase your copy today, or simply place your order on amazon.com today and unleash the power of podcasting.
Anybody want to know about the world's largest customer? I can't hear you all. Anybody want to learn about the world's largest customer? Right? Anybody know who is the world's largest customer? The who? I can't hear y'all. Why? Because they spend over $7 trillion a year. My name is Hamza Sabri. I'm the CEO of Global Connects. We are the world-class government contracting consulting firm where we engage with small businesses and create a bridge for you to cross over into the government world, knowing how to do business in the public sector. Anybody want to learn how to do business in the public sector? Say, let's go. I can't hear y'all. Are we woke? All right. So, the world's largest customer spends over $7 trillion a year, and 23% of it has to be set aside for small businesses. This is a law that's mandated under the Federal Acquisition Regulations. What is the Federal Acquisition Regulations, as I like to call the FAR? My saying is, if you understand the FAR, you will go far in government contracting. The Federal Acquisition Regulations, all the laws and clauses mandated for government contracting. So that's like the Bible to government contracting. 2,038 pages. My crazy behind read and studied every last page. That's why I'm on this stage, to give you the short version. Right? So, your customer spends trillions of dollars on all different services. Of course, freight, hauling, transportation, moving, supplies, janitorial, cleaning, engineering, data analytics. The list goes on of this world's largest customer that has to spend $7 trillion plus a year. Right? 23% of it set aside for small businesses. What is small business under the FAR? Small business is having less than 49 employees and or generating under $25 million a year. In most net code industries, that's small business. Don't sound like small business to me, but that's what the government says. I'm with it, right? So we understand that our status as small business gives us the opportunity to create opportunities for our businesses to scale, right? That's the whole purpose of government contracting, why it exists. It's to help stimulate the small businesses that reside in the United States of America. Our way of stimulating small businesses where you're scaling your business, creating more revenue that allows you to create job opportunity, job employment, right? Anybody want to create more employees? Anybody want to have more payroll, right? Anybody want to scale their business up and generate more revenue? This is how you do it with doing business with the world's largest customer. How much it costs to do business with the world's largest customer? Absolutely nothing. What I call free 99. The process is having your articles of organization, whether it's the S Corp, C Corp, joint venture, LLC, partnership, however you organize your business, right? Then you have your employee identification number, EIN, Dun and Bradstreet number, business bank account. These are the most important things that you need to register your business on sam.gov. I need y'all to write this down. sam.gov, SAM.gov, System Awards Management. That's what it stands for. This is the process of you registering your business to get your cage code. Your cage code can only be issued by the government, a specific agency, actually, which is called DLA, Defense Logistics Agency. This is the agency that issues you out your cage code as a database for you to be able to do business on a federal level. Once you fill out this process, it takes about 10 business days for you to get that email saying, congratulations, you are now a federal contractor. Anybody want to get an email like that? Let me hear you say we global. I can't hear you. All right, so fun facts and data. 93% of government contracts go to companies that are actively marketing. Do I need to say that again? I might need y'all to write this down too, please. 93% of government contracts go to companies that are actively marketing. The next question should be, well, Hamza, how do you market your business to the government? All right. Capability statement. What is a capability statement? It's a statement of your capability. You're stating what you're capable of doing with your business. You're articulating your strengths, your core competencies, your differentiators, what sets you away from the other competition, your values, your team members, your past performance, your ongoing performance, and all of your social economical status, aka certifications, such as women-owned business, veteran-owned business, minority-owned business, disadvantaged business enterprise, maybe hub-zone certification, AA certification, right? You're marketing your business all on one page, this capability statement. It should be on one page, not 2 pages, not 3 pages, not front and back. One page. That means that it needs to have micro content, right, with macro impact. Do y'all understand that? That's important to be able to articulate your business very well on one page to where that for contracting officer or government agency or procurement officers looking at your capability statement, they understand exactly what you can do. And we're not going to lead our business with certifications. We're going to lead our business with actual niche, our actual service. For example, we're not coming in and saying, hey, I am a women-owned business. That is not a business. Your service, your products, your goods that you offer, that is your business. That is what you're selling. That is what you're presenting to your customer. Your certifications is like icing on the cake. It creates you more opportunities as a set aside. So you have opportunity that's set aside for only women-owned businesses, which means that government agencies can only do business with this particular contract for women-owned businesses. If it's set aside for minority-owned business, it's the same thing. Disadvantaged business enterprise, veteran-owned business, disabled veteran-owned business. These are all particularly set aside that creates more opportunities for your group. Do you all understand that? All right. So now we understand how to market our business to the world's largest customer through a capability statement. You know, in the private sector, non-government agencies, you know, marketing is billboard, banners, commercials, Facebook ads, Instagram ads. It's a lot of overhead. It's an expense. I just show you the most minute, cheapest way of marketing to the world's largest customer is through a Microsoft Word document you created, like a job resume, it's a business resume. So you're saving actual money when you're actually just focusing on this one particular customer that all you have to do is secure one contract and change your life. This is the power of doing business with the world's largest customer. So now we understand the capability statement side, marketing, and things of that nature. Let's go to some more fun facts and data. Write this down. 76% of government contracts have 5 or less competitors. 76% of government contracts that get awarded, 5 or less companies were competing for it. This is for people that are thinking this is a competitive market. This is very competitive. Bidding. I have to submit in a bid, or I have to be the lowest price. No, your price can be so low you scared the customer away. That's not the evaluation of who's the cheapest price. It's who presents the best value to the customer. For example, I can have a 2021 Rolls-Royce Phantom, right, about $400,000 car, clean, have the title and everything. But if I pointed directly to you and said, I'll sell it to you right now for $7,500, you'll run away like, that man trying to sell me a lemon, right? So it's the best value you want to present to your customer because that's what they want to purchase off of: honesty, integrity, and smart work. That's how we operate. That's how you stay in business. That's how you get business. That's how you never go out of business when you operate off those 3 principles. All right? Do y'all agree? Honesty, integrity, and smart work. Within the Federal Acquisition Regulation, they speak on this. Companies of good character and having integrity and having honor. Because the government don't know who you are. They just know what you submit in. So make sure your paperwork is on point. T's crossed, I's dotted. When you're doing business with the world's largest customer, we are signing those contracts, proposals with blue ink. Why? Exactly. Cannot forge blue ink. Small things like that make you stand out as a government contractor, right? Now, let's go to more fun facts and data. We said 76% of government contracts had 5 or less competitors. 36% of government contracts that get awarded only had 1 response. I don't think y'all heard me. 36% of government contracts that get awarded only had 1 response, which means only 1 company submitted in a proposal, quote, bid, or whatever it may be. I've secured government contracts not because I was the lowest accepted price. It was because I was the only price. That means it's not enough of small businesses participating in doing business transactions with the world's largest customer. Here's another fun fact and data for you. By September 30th, 2021, that's about 12 days from now, the government has to spend $1.2 trillion. The fiscal year for the government is October to October. They have to spend this money in this time frame in order to get a new budget or a new increased budget for the next fiscal year. So why not do business with someone that essentially has to do business with you? Does that make sense? Anybody want to learn more about government contracts? Let me see here say We Global. Text this right now to this number right now. I want to text We Global to 404-737-1503. Guess what you have access to once you text that to that number? You have access to an awesome bundle pack. You get How to Win in Your Own City, How to Secure Government Contracts in Your Own City, the ebook, and also in chapter 3, it breaks down how to secure no bid contracts in your own city. And you can actually wash, rinse, repeat this same method in any city, county, state, across this map. Also, in that ebook, you get a bonus 3-hour webinar, me breaking down the ebook to a T. Last but not least, you also get the world-class bid workbook that allows you how to dissect a contract, do bid analysis, be organized, knowing exactly how to pull all the important things out of 100, 200, 300-page solicitation. It's a lot of reading. So we use the bid workbook. You can all get that together when you text We Global to 404-737-1503. I also offer a 5-day boot camp, live training, virtual, where I teach you all the ins and outs of how to procure government contracts. Because that is the most important part, is knowing how to aggregate the important information to write the effective proposals, effective bids, and effective quotes. Is anybody interested to do business with the government? Let me see you say We Global. I can't hear you. I want you all to meet me in the back. I have a booth from 4 to 7. Booth 47, excuse me. Booth 47. I'm right here in the back. I'll be more happy to do more one-on-ones with y'all, break down everything within government contracting. I appreciate the opportunity for me to come on the stage. She Trucking. Trey, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for allowing me to come on your stage. Once again, my name is Hamza Sabri, CEO of Global Connects, world-class government contracting firm. Y'all have a great day.
Conference. Join us for 3 days on February 23rd, 25th, 2024 from 6 p.m. 9 p.m. EST by CTR Media Network. Are you ready to unlock your potential and make a meaningful impact? This is an opportunity to connect with a diverse audience and contribute to breaking down barriers that hinder progress. Support the cause, sponsorship and collaboration opportunities. While the speaker opportunity is free, we are offering limited opportunities for sponsorship, vendor slots, advertisement spots, and welcome donations to support the production of this transformative event. If you represent a media company, business, podcaster, or any organization interested in collaboration, please reach out to info@ctrmedianetwork.com or visit our website at www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
My name King. He was a very smart student. He loved to read and learn new things.
4-year-old King Chambers is already a superhero. His mission, to teach kids how to read.
I read 90 books.
And not only that, he recently wrote his very first book titled King the Dream, starring, well, himself.
My name is King. Thank you for processing my book.
King's mother, Jennifer Ellis, says he learned how to read at the age of 2.
And I read books to him all the time. Even when he was in the womb, I read books, and he loved it.
Ellis says after King mastered reading, he told his mom he wanted to write his own book.
He came up with, he could teach kids how to read. And so we helped him put it all together, put his dream in a book.
And now, at just 4 years old, King has become an advocate for children's literacy, math, and education.
I want to teach people how to read. How to read.
His mom says he always encourages his peers to read and learn new things.
Anytime he see a kid, he let them know about his book. And they are so excited because it's nothing like having your own peer teach you how to read.
Ella says she is not sure what's in store for King, but she knows his future is bright.
There's no rule book to parenting, but just give them 100% the best of you and all the love, because they're our future.
There is no word on a sequel, but he's got plenty of time.
Come get my book.
King will be starting school next year, and we cannot wait to turn the pages of his next book.
The end.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
On the Tina Ramsey show, I felt like she really asked some valuable questions that can help a lot of people, especially in regards to monetizing. And so the vibe was great. I honestly wouldn't mind coming back on again if she invite me. And I felt like the conversation just flowed. So I am super happy, and I can't wait for the show to air on every single platform out there. And thank you again.
Hey Think Fam, it's your favorite host, Michael Finkley, and you can listen to us on CTR Media Network. Go listen in.
Listen up, everybody. I am so excited. I just finished a course and got certified on how to start a podcast and monetize it. Thanks to my amazing instructor, Tina Ramsey. My heart right now is overwhelmed. My dreams have been fulfilled. And if you are looking to take your company to the next level, then choose the best. Tina Ramsey, owner of the CTR Network. You don't want to sleep on this. If you want to invest in yourself, start today so you can monetize your business and get what you deserve. God bless you. Don't sleep. Get it done.